And the vice chair is responsible for the timing.
Okay.
Well, so that's what I was about to ask. So how are we controlling the time with call-in? Because, if it was in person, obviously they're there standing in front of the mic and we're saying, hey, time's up. I mean, who is cutting them off? Because I don't have the phone line. So
That's what I was wondering. I think for the applicant, there was a discussion about 10 minutes for the presentation, and then you all will decide, Tony, I believe, whether or not that's a hard, fast 10 minutes or not. And then as we have callers that are calling in, I think that's a 3-minute.
Yep.
And then I know Maggie does an alarm when that 3 minutes is up. I have the control over here on my end.
Marie, I don't know who that individual is.
Ariel.
So I guess you'd still be timing it, Joe, and then Marie you'll say, I'm sorry, your time is up, and then Marie will do the final cutoff so she can get the next caller on. Is that right, Marie?
Historically, what I have done before I took chair was to begin timing after the person introduced themselves.
Yep.
So they get that for free. Once they start talking beyond their name and where they're from or whatever, then you start the timing. And I had the alarm.
Marie, we're at 5 o'clock. So OBS is streaming. So if we could get public input going, I think it's time to get the meeting started.
Okay. Welcome everyone to the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting of May 5th. Planning and Zoning Commission will hear public comments only on items that appear on the agenda. All live public comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person. Additional information may be conveyed, as always, to the Planning and Zoning Commission in written form. We will begin with roll call. Ms. Levi. I shouldn't be doing roll call.
I'm happy to do roll call.
Thank you.
Ms. Levi.
Present.
Mr. Hoke.
Present.
Mr. Archibald.
Here.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Here.
Mr. Faircloth.
Present.
And Ms. Bubenik.
Here.
And Mr. Hauser.
Here.
All right, Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. We will begin our first item under administrative, the approval of minutes from the April 7th, 2021 meeting. And
Move to approve. Oh, go ahead.
approval of findings of fact and conclusions of law associated with the variance that we heard during that meeting.
So moved.
I think someone had a comment on the meeting minutes.
Yes, I do. In the part where it says Miss Levi asked if there was a situation, if this was a situation where Mr. Allen was trying to avoid upgrading the space, I meant upgrading the site, not the space.
Motion to move with amendment or changes proposed.
We have a motion from Mr. Rodriguez and a second from Mr. Hoke, I believe.
Yes, second.
And we will vote. Ms. Levi,
Aye.
Mr. Hoke,
Aye.
Mr. Archibald,
Aye.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Aye.
Mr. Faircloth,
Aye.
Ms. Bubenik.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. We have had a request to continue item 3 under the legislative hearings to June 2nd. Do we have a motion to continue that item?
I'll make the motion to continue the rezoning at 1617 Hendersonville Road to date certain on June 2nd.
I'll second.
Who was that, Mr. Fairclough?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Ms. Levi,
Aye.
Mr. Hope,
Aye.
Mr. Archibald,
Aye.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Aye.
Mr. Fairclough,
Aye.
Ms. Bubenik.
Aye.
I vote aye also. Thank you. Okay, we now move on to unfinished business. Two cases that we reviewed last month. The first was a request to rezone the property located at 99999 Glendale Avenue from residential multifamily high-density RM16 district to commercial industrial CI district. The property is identified as PIN 9658214847 in the Buncombe County tax record.
If there's no further discussion, Chair or Commission members, I have that language pulled up from last month and can make the motion.
Looks like you're good to go.
All right. I move to approve the rezoning request from residential multifamily high-density RM16 to commercial industrial CI with an amendment to the future land use map of the Living Asheville Comprehensive Plan from traditional neighborhood to urban corridor, thereby assigning zoning and land use designations that are more compatible with the surrounding properties, and find that the request is reasonable, is in the public interest, and is consistent with the comprehensive plan and other adopted plans, and meets the development needs of the community, and that the rezoning will, 1, assign a zoning designation that will better support future infill development in a locationally efficient area, and 2, remove an unusual zoning condition that can be a barrier to future development.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. We will take a vote. Ms. Levi,
Aye.
Mr. Hoke,
Aye.
Mr. Archibald,
Aye.
Mr. Rodriguez. Did we lose you?
He left the meeting, I believe. He'll probably come back.
Mr. Fairclough,
Aye.
Ms. Bubenik,
Aye.
Mr. Rodriguez, have you returned by chance? I'll vote aye. Shall we wait another minute or two or go ahead and proceed based on 6 of 7 favorable votes?
You might want to just wait one more minute. I mean, we have a quorum, so you're fine. We didn't vote to recuse him, as he might have been disconnected. If that happened, we can just go ahead with the vote.
Yeah, let's just give them a minute, because I know sometimes people solve their technical problems by exiting and then re-entering the meeting, so.
Are you seeing any activity, Shannon, or him trying to come in?
No, I don't see anything, so maybe.
Probably
we
just
should-
do your vote, and we'll just note for the record that he got disconnected, so it's going to be it sounds like a 6-0 vote. So go ahead.
Okay, motion passes 6-0. We will move on to item 2 of unfinished business, consideration of a proposed zoning text amendment to Chapter 7 of the Unified Development Ordinance, amending Articles 3, 5, 6, and 7 related to decision-making, administrative and advisory bodies, and related functions in order to bring the city's development code into alignment with recent state legislation 160D.
And again, there is no discussion. I already have that motion brought up that I can read, if that's good for everybody.
Yep.
I move to approve the amendments to the UDO Articles 3, 4, 6, and 7 to clarify language and otherwise bring the provisions in compliance with NCGS Chapter 160D.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second, and we will vote. Ms. Levi,
Aye.
Mr. Hope,
Aye.
Mr. Archibald,
Aye.
Mr. Fairclough,
Aye.
Ms. Bubenik,
Aye.
Mr. Rodriguez. Have you joined us? Rejoined us?
Does
Sounds
not
like-
appear so.
Yeah, sounds like a no. So here again, the motion will pass 6-0. And that is the end of our unfinished business. I don't know how many folks are on the call right now, but I want to go over a couple of items before we move on. I want to begin by pointing out that everyone is participating remotely. This includes the public, my fellow commissioners, and our civil servants that attend to the operations of the city, and the applicant and their representatives. We're all equally disadvantaged in this format, but we've decided as a society that this is what is best for the public good. We may not be particularly happy about it, but it is where we are. As the chair of this commission, I receive the correspondence from the public about upcoming cases, and I read each item and forward it to all of my fellow commissioners. There were over 75 pieces of correspondence on one of the cases we're looking at tonight. I want to applaud the citizens' efforts to become more involved and to better understand the development process. And as I'm sure you would agree, it's neither my role as a civic volunteer nor the city's responsibility to educate the citizens in these processes. Beyond the basic understanding of government provided at the high school level, it is a citizen's duty to educate themselves in the operation of local, state, and federal government. Frankly, it was insulting to me that some suggested there was a lack of transparency in this process. The process is well codified and has not changed significantly in the nearly 6 years that I have voluntarily served on this commission. A citizen's failure to understand the process does not reflect a lack of transparency. It simply reflects a failure on the part of the citizen to educate themselves on the processes, the opportunities to change them, and the obligation to fully engage in civic discourse. I will take a moment to tell you that simply opposing a project is not productive. Like the applicant, the citizenry has an equal opportunity to engage in this process, both through individual participation and through representation provided through their elected officials. Submitting one's opinion, working within the framework of the Unified Development Ordinance, working with planning staff, and actually communicating with the developer is productive. But you should not expect that you will get your way and the project will go away. Conversely, I encourage property owners and developers to meet with the community early and often in order to reach a reasonable compromise. I'll take a moment to tell you that a property owner that wishes to develop their property, whether a local resident or not, which was a frequent comment among many of the responses that we've got about one of the projects we'll be talking about tonight. That property owner should have the right to do so within the existing codified requirements of the local and state government. The requirements should be well-defined and relatively static so that the owner can achieve a reasonably predictable outcome. Because the costs of design services, legal services, surveying, and other pre-construction services that are required just to permit the project are not insignificant, often running into the millions of dollars for a large development. The conditional zoning process is an opportunity for this commission and ultimately the city council to allow the property owner conditions that are not allowed by right and perhaps more importantly, it is an opportunity to request conditions from the property owner in return for granting them the flexibility that they request. Keep in mind, however, that if the property owner is not granted the conditions requested, they are certainly free to drop back and develop their property as is allowed by right. The disadvantage of the citizenry is that it is the business of the professionals that assist the property owner to understand and be able to navigate the development requirements and processes, whereas the majority of the citizenry has neither an understanding nor an interest in these requirements, unless the property being developed happens to be in their neighborhood, and even then it is typically only a fleeting interest. For example, as many of you know, we will be reviewing the 101 Charlotte Street proposal tonight. We received approximately 6 calls and 75 emails about this project. The majority of the responses opposed the project, but that number represents less than 0.08% of the city's population. So it is by no means a majority of the population. I strongly encourage the citizens of Asheville to be involved in these processes to learn how to work within the codified framework or to revise the existing framework to better fit the requirements of future growth. However, the conditions under which these projects have come to us tonight are based on the existing framework, and it would not be legal to revise them for the projects we are about to consider. As we commence these cases, I would like to note that the UDO requires developers to upgrade infrastructure to support their project. This includes roads, water, sewer, stormwater, and other utilities that may be undersized for the project. In the case of stormwater, the developer is required to detain and treat the increase in runoff that will result from the development. The UDO specifies the requirements for parking and what the modifications may be required if the development results in a significant increase in traffic. If the proposed development complies with these requirements, they have met the requirements of the UDO, and these elements are not a reasonable rationale for opposing the project. They may be a reasonable rationale for requesting a revision to the UDO, but as noted previously, it would be inappropriate to hold a developer to some arbitrary future requirement. The cases will be presented in detail by planning staff. The applicant is typically allowed 10 minutes to present their comments, and the public is typically allowed 3 minutes per person to present their comments. These time limits are not hard and fast and have often been flexible depending on the complexity of the project, the authority of the person speaking, the disability of the person speaking, and so forth. We have a busy schedule this evening, and as always, I will ask of both the applicant and the public that they present only pertinent information that has not been previously covered. In addition to pre-recorded and/or emailed information, and I read all of them. I hope all of my fellow commission members did. We will also be taking live public comments for up to an hour. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes for public comment. Staff will connect live calls from our speaker queue for informal discussion and public comment. Callers, if you are on the line and wish to provide live comments, you will need to enter the speaker queue by pushing *3. Callers will hear an automated message letting them know they are unmuted and live in the meeting. I'll repeat that. Callers will hear an automated message letting them know they are unmuted and live in the meeting. The caller may begin speaking after the automated message. If the caller accidentally drops out of the speaker queue, they can just redial the number and meeting code, press *3 to rejoin the speaker queue to be reconnected. And with all of that, we will move into the legislative portion of our hearing. Item 1, under zoning map amendments, is a request to conditionally rezone the property located at 70 Mills Gap Road from industrial to residential single-family low-density from industrial to residential single-family low-density RS2 to residential expansion, conditional zone RES EXP CZ. The property is identified as PIN 9655456682 in the Buncombe County Tax Record. The owner is Amcor Flexibles, Inc., and the contact is Daniel Hyatt. Planner coordinating review is Ms. Tuck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to remind the commission, when I run these presentations, I have a short PowerPoint presentation to kind of run through the conditional zoning request for you all. And when I run that presentation, I can't see your faces. So if you need me to pause and answer a clarifying question or need me to pause for any reason, if you could just speak up and make an audible, hang on, Shannon kind of flag to let me know that I need to stop and back up. So with that, I will get my presentation started. And if you could let me know when you see my screen.
Yep, it's up.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. All right. So as Mr. Hauser indicated, this item is a conditional zoning request for the property located at 70 Mills Gap Road. And this project is a subdivision. So you often see large commercial projects or even large multifamily projects. You don't often see subdivisions. But like any multifamily project, any residential development that has over 50 units requires a conditional zoning process. So this is a clip from your Exhibit A map. The property is split zoned. And I know that these Exhibit A's are a little bit hard to kind of follow, so I'm going to trace for you. So the subject property is here outlined in red or hatched in red. The zoning follows kind of an unusual trajectory. It sort of, this is industrial zoning here, and this is the industrial zoning designation. So this portion of the property, what I call the lower part of the property, is zoned industrial. RS2 is up here. So this is a split zone property. The lower part is industrial, the upper part is RS2. And the request is to rezone these two halves of the property to collectively to residential expansion. When we look at the Exhibit B aerial map, you can see that the property is largely undeveloped forested property. What you can't immediately tell from the map is that it is also in designated steep slope zones A and B. Most of the property is in Zone B. A small portion of the most southern end of the property is in Zone A. You can also see on the screen some jurisdictional streams that kind of run through the property, and I will come back and talk about those a little bit more in a moment. Also included on the property are some jurisdictional wetlands. What is also not immediately apparent, but you can probably sort of make out in the center of the property is, you see that kind of sparsely vegetated area. That is some unconsolidated fill. That was identified in the survey that was included with the materials that were submitted with this application. The future land use map designates this property as residential neighborhood. And that is consistent with the application that is being proposed. So we do not think a change in the future land use map is necessary despite the rezoning request. This also shows us that the future vision for this property in this area is probably one of transitioning from industrial to residential. So the fact that we are rezoning industrial property is probably not of great concern. In looking at the Exhibit D site plan, the property in its entirety is 34.5 acres. However, the project area is concentrated on that lower portion of the property. That's the portion of the property that was zoned industrial. The far end of the property is actually, I think, encroaches into that RS2 area a little bit. But generally, it's all concentrated on that lower area where you may recall I pointed out that sort of unconsolidated fill area. One of the jurisdictional streams actually runs up this flagpole of the parcel. So this is the project's primary entrance here on Mills Gap Road. And one of those streams follows here along the edge. Unfortunately, this is the primary access point and it's a narrow piece of property. So there really is no alternative but to pipe that portion of the stream. The stream then sort of daylights back into the channel, and you can see it kind of exit through the property here. There are 76 single-family lots proposed. These are small lots, approximately 48 feet wide by 76 feet deep. So that's a total of about 3,600 or 3,648 square feet per lot. That's pretty small for Asheville. Our more traditional urban neighborhoods are, usually more in the neighborhood of 5,000 square feet, between 4,000 and 5,000 square feet. The applicant is proposing 6 different home plans that would be built and that could fit on these lots. All of the homes will be 2 stories and they will range in size from 1,360 to 2,368 square feet. Each lot will be served by a private driveway that leads to a garage on the lower level of the home. In addition to the private stormwater infrastructure that will be required for the project, the roads and the water system will also have to be private in this particular case. There are also a number of retaining walls on the property. This is steep slope property and it's hard to avoid the use of retaining walls. So we have a retaining wall here, here, and on this edge here. We also have a fairly large wall that kind of runs through the center of the project here that kind of separates this row of homes from the row of homes behind it. You can see a relatively complex wall that kind of runs along this, that would be the northeast corner of the property. And then this, I believe, is the largest of the retaining walls. And they range in height from 6 to, I think, 25 feet. I believe that's the 25-foot wall. You can see also above the wall, we have some cut banks. This is the steepest cut bank at 1.5 to 1. I believe the rest are 2 to 1, which is within what is allowed in the steep slope development standards. The 1.5 to 1, however, does exceed what we typically allow. The project also is disturbing more than what would normally be allowed in the steep slope zone. Even though it's a 34.5 acre parcel, the steep slope requirements are designed to minimize land disturbing activity to kind of help protect and preserve those steep slopes and protect the city from, erosion control and stormwater or water sediment in our waterways and landslides. So this particular property, because of the average natural slope for the property, would be limited to 10.6 acres of grading, and the applicant is requesting 13.5 acres. Here are some of the home plans. I just picked 2. As I mentioned, there were 6 homes or different designs that were proposed on the different lots. And this, I just picked the smallest and the largest to kind of give the commission and the people who might be viewing kind of a sense for the kind of construction that we're expecting on this property. As the commissioners may have already noticed, staff is not recommending this project for approval. We are recommending denial as currently designed. And I wanted to emphasize that as currently designed. We recognize this project has some really strong positives. It's a housing type that we think is sorely needed in Asheville. It is a relatively compact development, and it concentrates that development in the portion of the property that is more developable. They do propose to mitigate that landfill situation in order to be able to build upon it. And they do provide some sidewalk infrastructure that connects that community to the larger South Asheville community. However, we feel that the project as designed is just a little bit too impactful. that a different residential project that achieves full technical compliance with fewer impacts to the streams and slopes would be more compatible with the environment and in better alignment with the Living Asheville Comprehensive Plan goals for compatibility, sensitivity, and community. So we think just a design that meets the full technical compliance, that doesn't exceed the steep slope limits, and that pulls back on some of those more steep sensitive areas, such as the area with the very steep and tall cut bank. Also in the site plan, there were some encroachments with those walls into some of the aquatic buffers. So kind of reducing the overall impact of that project, maybe limiting the number of lots in order to kind of preserve those areas or minimize the impact on those areas, we think would be an improvement and more consistent with the comprehensive plan goals. That concludes my introduction. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I know also that the developer team is here and would like to make a short presentation as well.
You said the water system would be private?
Yes. Due to the conditions at this site, the water system is private, and because the water system is private, the roads have to be private. So we have a fair amount of private infrastructure involved with this particular case. We have, sorry, let me stop presenting. So we have the stormwater infrastructure that will be private. We have the water system, the roads, the sidewalk, things that would normally be publicly maintained will have to be privately maintained in this particular case. And that's on top of the open space areas. There is a small, I should have pointed out in the site plan, there is a small centralized community open space area, as well as that preserved 22 acres. It's hard to know what the maintenance requirements for that acreage might be in the future. But certainly the areas that are within the community, the streams, where the stormwater comes in contact with the streams, as well as the community space, would likely require some maintenance. And that's part of our concern as well, is that a more sensitive design might be able to offset some of those costs that will be applied to future homeowners and residents. All of that private infrastructure has to be maintained somehow, so you would have to establish a homeowners association to collect fees in order to be able to pay for the maintenance of those facilities.
I have a question. Does the private infrastructure also include stuff like trash services, mail services, other
trash, certainly.
recycling?
Well, trash could be handled by the city as long as the applicant agrees to I think it's called an access agreement. So if they will agree to allow the city and hold the city harmless for any potential damage to their private roads, then the city will offer that sanitation service.
I have a question.
Oh, sorry. I saw that in the TRC comments, Fire had a comment about the fire hydrants, providing that. Is that something that the developer is willing to take on in this case?
We did, the project did receive approval with conditions at TRC, and I think some of those conditions are just sort of kind of boilerplate conditions that the applicant just needs to acknowledge that, yes, my final plan will have hydrants within 600 feet, et cetera. Mr. Hyatt is on if he'd like to confirm that for me, or and please elaborate more, Daniel, if need be.
Sure. Thank you, Shannon. And yes, we will most definitely provide hydrants at the requisite spacing to meet the fire code requirements. And I think we had shown them on our submittal. I can't tell you exactly what their spacing was, but certainly adjustments can be made quite easily to that if need be.
And is the community going to have modular construction, or is it going to be site built?
My understanding is that they'll be stick-built homes.
Okay. Thank you.
Shannon?
I have a question. I have some questions.
Yes.
I didn't see it on the plans, like the sidewalks on the side street coming onto Mills Gap Road. Like, what's the plan there for the sidewalks? And then also, what's the transportation impact? Has there been a transportation study? Because there was just recently an apartment complex put on that corner right there, and the transportation is already a major impact on that corner right there, especially with Sweeten Creek Road. So have those two things been addressed?
Yeah, I'll tackle the sidewalk, and then I'll let Mr. Stevens and Mr. Hyatt address the traffic. And I will go ahead and reshare my screen, and I'll pull the site plan back up. Just
And Shannon, real quick, when you've got that site plan up, can you show that? You said there was a retaining wall in the middle too. I kind of see it, but I wasn't sure how long.
Sure. 1 second. Okay, can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so for Commissioner Bubenik, there is sidewalk required throughout the project, and that is the sort of stippled dark line that you can see running along the edge of the road. So the requirement is for all new road, you must provide a sidewalk. So just on one side of the road. So here we have the sidewalk infrastructure that kind of wraps around this loop. And then it crosses the street here and covers this other side. And then we have sidewalk again crossing the street and running down the primary entrance. It's a little hard to see because we have these, or maybe it might have even been an oversight or it's hard to see because of these site visibility triangles, but sidewalk would be required on this little, it's small, but there would be this little stub along Mills Gap. And then from here, it would connect to the sidewalk next door at the Mills Gap Hawthorne apartment complex and then beyond into the community. And does that answer your question?
Yeah, that does. I just am wondering exactly how far it would go, and if that's something that they can bring back in a future proposal. Because one of my concerns is that these new complexes going in throughout the county, they're adding sidewalks, but only for 30 or 40 feet, and not exactly all the way down the road. And a lot of people need more walkability in their neighborhood, so I do think that the sidewalks need to continue farther than just the little 30 or 40 feet. So that's just one of my concerns.
So the requirement in the city of Asheville, and it might be a little bit different in the county, but in the city of Asheville, we require that all properties provide sidewalk along their road frontage. This project's a little bit unusual in that the only piece of road frontage for this lot is this tiny little stub where the entrance connects to Mills Gap. Now, in addition to this little piece of sidewalk that would connect to the Hawthorne project next door and then beyond, we have new sidewalk along the new roads that are being constructed as part of the development. So I think this project will meet the connectivity that you're seeking.
Thank you for that information.
And so Daniel or Wyatt, did you want to try to answer the question about the traffic impacts?
Sure, I'll take a stab at it, Shannon. By code, and given the number of units that are being proposed, no traffic impact studies required by either the city or DOT. So while we definitely understand the traffic challenges in many parts of South Asheville, there was no requirement that we, study the impact of our additional 76 units.
Yeah, I would add to that. Thank you, Daniel and Shannon, both. My understanding is that the DOT is in the process of widening both Sweeten Creek and Mills Gap. This entire intersection that's nearby is going to be expanded to be one of the largest in Buncombe County. the added traffic from this 76 unit single family residential, according to the city traffic engineer, it is inconsequential, and that's presumably why the traffic study was not required.
Can I ask where the secondary road connects or leads to that I saw on that? I believe it was on like the northwestern side or the western portion of the property, if I was following correctly.
Daniel, you want to explain that?
Sure. So the alternative access, emergency access road actually goes down into the Amcor industrial site. Amcor being the seller of this parcel. So it would go down into their site and connect with their parking area and roadway network prior to, and obviously have a deeded connection to Sweeten Creek Road.
So the orientation of the site plan is flipped on its side. So here's the point of entrance into the community from Mills Gap Road. And then here's where the development is concentrated, kind of on this lower portion of the property. That emergency access comes off the top of that project, and it comes through the Amcor facility, which is here out to Sweeten Creek. But it is an emergency access only, so it'll be gated, and the rest of the regular traffic will need to come in and out of this single entrance. And that emergency access actually goes through their parking lot.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that for me.
Shannon,
Yes.
you mentioned the off on the slope ordinance. How much percentage was that off, or too much of the or not enough land as far as the retaining wall piece of it?
Sure. So the steep slope requirements it limits the extent of grading based on the overall slope of the property. In this particular case, the overall slope of the property is 33.5%. So that's pretty restrictive. So it limits the amount or the extent of grading or land disturbing activity to 10.6 acres or 30% of the site. So any project that would come in here to develop would be limited to no more than 10.6 acres. They are requesting approximately 13.5 acres, which is closer to 40% of the site. So it's about a 10% increase.
I have a question again.
Yeah.
So even though this is not required to have a traffic study, can we request a traffic study before this comes back to us again?
In theory, yes. I am not sure. We don't have our transportation staff available to speak to this, but I'm not sure of what would be gained, I guess, from doing that. But yes, you could ask for that. And I don't know if there is some other lighter version of a traffic study that could be considered. I'm not sure. I don't know if Daniel, if you have any thoughts about that.
Well, typically a traffic impact analysis begins with a scoping exercise, a scoping document, in which, in this case, DOT, based on the trip counts, would advise in terms of how many intersections for what period of time needed to be studied and that sort of thing. But given that the project really doesn't come close to meeting the threshold for DOT's requirement of a TIA, it's hard to see how. I'm not even sure if we did the scoping document, it would indicate any study was necessary.
Well, my thought is as someone who lives down that way and goes to the chiropractor on that corner every morning at 8 o'clock, that another 74 cars can make a big difference. So that's my personal feedback from this. So I think that a transportation study could make a difference when there's only a 4-way intersection with a stoplight, and then you think of 74 more cars and then they're single family homes and 2 cars at each house. I mean, and then you think 150 more cars. To me, that makes a difference if you're trying to get in and out of that gas station, and then try to go to Whole Foods is up there now. So to me, I believe that does make an impact.
I have another question or concern to follow on Ms. Bubenek's path of thinking. Obviously, there's a lot more land to the north from that piece of developed area, and I would go under the assumption, which could be wrong, that at some point the developer, somebody would want to expand this community into that area. Would that then trigger some of these transportation studies that Ms. Bubenek's asking about, or am I asking an inappropriate question at this time?
No, that's actually, Mr. Faircloth, that's a great question. I'll take it. No, our proposal is to preserve all of those almost 23 acres. It's pretty steep property. When I get into my presentation, I can show you some images that give you a better idea about that. But as you drive down Hendersonville Road, headed north, and you come to this intersection of, Sweeten Creek Road and Mills Gap, you probably noticed it, and I'm sure Ms. Bubenek has. You look up, and there's just kind of a mountain that sticks up there, and it's a ridge, and that whole ridge will be protected. There will be no development on that. That's part of our conditional zoning request. We're asking to rezone the entire 34 acres to allow protection of all of that woods, and there's mature hardwoods up there. Protect all of that, and then develop very densely and create the housing that we need down on the more level spot. So you don't need to be concerned about future development of that tract. If City Council approves this project, this will be it. This 76 homes, and we won't be able to change that without going back to City Council, which just won't happen. There's no more space on the property.
Additionally, it's worth noting too that the property, as it is subject to steep slope development, would not allow any more disturbance, regardless of the conditional zoning.
I think my biggest concern is, I don't know if it's necessarily anything that we can tackle, but like living next to a 25-foot retaining wall, I don't know. I appreciate the, keeping the adjacent trees and forest, but I just don't know if it's worth having retaining walls that high near single family homes. I don't know. It's just something to perhaps look at.
Daniel, you want to take that one?
Yeah, Ms. Levi, I don't disagree with you, but it's not at all uncommon. And to just perhaps to clarify a little bit what Shannon presented earlier, the retaining wall, the cut wall, if you will, on the northeast corner behind the units, it's not a huge deal, but it's only 15 feet tall. The highest section of or segment of wall is on the portion where she described it as an elaborate wall. That's the wall that's got the highest point. And as memory serves, I think we're, even with that, or with any of the walls, we're generally 15 feet away from the wall to the units.
So this must be the taller wall then.
Yes, ma'am.
So there are still homes behind that wall or below that wall, and then this is the 15-foot wall.
Correct.
I just want to make one quick comment. I know we still need to hear from Mr. Stevens and also perhaps Mr. Hyde as well, but just to tie in with something that Ms. Bubenek mentioned and Mr. Faircloth went with as well, obviously a project like this in and of itself perhaps does not need a TIA, and I know that traffic always comes up with these projects, and it's one that we kind of go around in circles about, and we look at each individual project and perhaps not the overall projects with an S. And so, Ms. B. Bennett, Mr. Faircloth, it keeps coming up, and I think it is something that the city is looking at ways to go, okay, what if these other projects happen? What is the cumulative effect of not just this one, but multiple ones? So, yeah. And I guess maybe we're ready for Mr. Stevens and Mr. Hyatt.
I have one last question. Ms. Tuck, what are the specific conditions that are being requested that make this a conditional zone project?
Well, it is conditional zoning because it, first of all, it's over 50 units. So any large level 3 project goes through the conditional zoning process in order to try to identify ways to help offset or mitigate impacts. So in this particular case, we're primarily concerned about these environmental impacts. But there are a couple exceptions to that are included in this, to the technical standards that are included in this conditional zoning. I mentioned the extent of grading. So they're asking for about 2 additional acres of grading. They are also asking to exceed the maximum cut slope standard. The steep slope does not allow anything steeper than 2 to 1, and they're requesting 1.5 to 1. I believe, I will check. I think I spoke with Mr. Hyatt earlier. I had thought that there was an exception requested for open space, but I think we clarified that that isn't required any longer. And I'm just checking really quick to see if there's something else.
Affordable housing.
Oh, right. But I think Mr. Hauser was asking what were the exceptions to the technical standards.
I think the sidewalk was one, Shannon.
Oh, correct. Thank you, Daniel. So the sidewalk doesn't meet our full standard. We require a 5-foot a 5-foot strip with a 5-foot sidewalk, and that isn't satisfied.
And what is being provided is a 5 feet back of curb?
It's a mix. So we have back of curb along the road coming into the project, and then we have a 4-foot, I believe it's a 4-foot strip with a 5-foot sidewalk. Daniel, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and I think the sidewalk on the entrance road, Mr. Hauser, is 6 feet in width.
Yes.
22-foot road. I'll show that in a minute, and then a 6-foot sidewalk all the way down to Mills Gap Road.
Okay.
And Mr. Stevens, I highlighted an oversight of mine. I always like to try to identify projects that include affordable housing, and this project is including a commitment for 5 of the homes to be affordable. And I think Mr. Stevens will give you more information about that in his presentation.
I can't recall in the steep slope ordinance, the maximum slope is specified at 2 to 1. Is it qualified by saying that if it's steeper than that, that it has to be certified by a geotechnical engineer?
No, it's just not allowed.
Okay, thank you. Was that all of the items?
Yeah, on that point, Mr. Hauser, and I'll show this on the drawing. There's only one slope that's steeper than 2 to 1. It's one corner of that retaining wall. Above the retaining wall, it's 1.5 to 1. As you know, that's allowed in the county, and of course, we would have to have a geotech sign off on it. In the bigger scheme of this overall development, we think it's a relatively minor condition. It's not as if there are multiple 1.5 to 1 slopes.
There was one other exception, and that was there are 6 of the 76 lots do not abut the road. And that is a subdivision requirement in the city of Asheville that all newly created lots must abut a public road or a private road built to a public standard. And we have 3 spots where 2 lots each are accessed via a private drive, and they do not have that frontage on the public road.
So it's a shared drive?
Yes. For those, each, there's 3 groupings of 2 that have a shared driveway.
And I'll show that on the drawing, Mr. Hauser. It's a short distance where, just because of the angle of where the lots come together, they each have their own separate driveways and garages, and then they just join into a single driveway that then joins the main road. It's not a long road.
I have a couple questions. So, how will the homeowners fees, will the affordable units have the same homeowners fees? Because the reason I mentioned the retaining walls is I see a significant amount of engineering in this project, and potentially for just even getting building permits on the homes. I'm just wondering will these really truly be affordable?
It's a great question. So all of the work that will need to be done on the site will have to be done by the developer, not by the individual property owners. And typically the developer will be responsible for all of those costs, retaining walls, installation of the roads, the sidewalks, everything. And then they'll build homes and sell them off. The way the affordable housing piece will work is people will have to apply under the city standards. And if they qualify at 80% of AMI, they will have the right to buy from the developer a home at an affordable price. At today's dollars, I think that calculation is in the neighborhood of $250,000. There'll be a deed restriction on that will be held by the city of Asheville. And the way it works is the city will have the right to buy the house back. If the buyer wants to sell it and get some equity out, they'll have the right to buy it back with some gain of 2% per year. We're working out the details with the city attorney's office. But let's say a buyer qualifies and buys it and owns it for 10 years. They can see 20% of growth. They sell it to the city buys it, and then the city can turn around and sell it to another income qualified person. It's kind of a neat concept that's fairly new for the city. And I really applaud Paul D'Angelo at the city for working with us to come up with a framework that works. But back to your bigger question is, okay, what will it mean to be a property owner in this development? Those 5 owners will be, 5 of 76 if they sell all the homes. And we think there'll be tremendous demand for these homes. And I'll show you why in a minute. The developer, once he's sold off all of the homes and all of the infrastructure is done, they'll create a homeowners association. And the homeowners association will be responsible for the roads. These won't be public roads, but as you'll see, and as I think you saw in the drawing, we're not talking about a lot of roads. There's one main road in, and then there's kind of a road there's 2 or 3 roads that extend out to these homes, and that's it. There's not a whole, it's just to access the homes. Ms. Tuck talked about a private water system, and I think that needs some clarification. This will be city water supplied to these homes that will come off of the main city water line. The only reason there is a private water system is because the height of the property and its relation to the nearest water tower means that there's not enough gravity to have the water pressure that they'll need. And so it's a fairly simple quote system that just involves simply pumping the city water up, and then the water is then available to the individual homeowners. And the association will have no reason to charge them any more than they're having to pay the city. So functionally, it will feel the same to a property owner, that it's just like getting a bill from, like we all get every 2 months from the city. You'll get from the association for that. If there's any road maintenance, you'll get that. The sewer system will be MSD sewer. It'll flow right out, and that'll be presumably a separate bill from the MSD. So it's fortunate that it's so close to Mills Gap, and that we're not talking about an expensive, complicated series of systems. I believe that these homes will, there'll be a significant demand for them. We know there's a demand for single family homes on small lots because there's just no inventory out there. And I think it'll be a nice development. But to your point, will folks that buy in, will they be able to afford the dues? I think they will.
And just to clarify, I'm sorry. So just to clarify, what we're describing as a cost burden concern is the long-term maintenance of all of this infrastructure. It's not the installation. That is done by the developers, Mr. Stevens has indicated.
Yeah. And how will the affordable units be dispersed in the subdivision?
That's part of our agreement with the city. They can't be clustered together. They need to be dispersed throughout, so that you don't have one section that's just affordable. They'll be spread out around the neighborhood.
And Wyatt, I don't know if you want me to add, this is Janice Ashley, and I'd be drafting the deed restriction, and I've talked to Wyatt about this, and I've talked to Paul, and already said that, and especially in affordable housing in a single family development, which we have not done very many, you want to be sure that they are dispersed, not clustered, and that they don't look any differently than the other houses. So you can't just drive by and say, well, that must be the affordable unit. And Wyatt right away said that will be a condition in the deed restriction to look just the same as the other units. And he immediately said that would be agreeable to the developer. So we will work out the details on that. But that's a good question, because in a single family development, that can sometimes happen. They'd also need to be constructed concurrently with the rest of the development. So it's not like you just wait to the very end to build them and stick them on the last lot. So we've discussed that too.
While you're on that, is it permanently affordable, or is there a sunset on the deed restriction?
Yeah, that's a really good question, Mr. Archibald. From the developer standpoint, it doesn't matter. It could be permanently, and then whoever owns it, they would have the right to sell it with that growth, and then the next person could buy it, and so on and so forth. I will tell you that I think the city affordable housing office has some thoughts about that. There ought to be maybe an outside window of 15 years where there wouldn't be that cap. They could truly see the equity that a normal homeowner would see, and that's a judgment call. But from the developer standpoint, once he sells it for whatever the price is at that moment, 250, whatever it is, then he's he moves on. He has no more interest in it. So it's a good question, but I think we're still working out the details with Paul and with Janice on that.
Why don't we allow the applicant to go ahead and make their presentation, and then if we have additional questions, we can do so at the end of that.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Officially, I'm Wyatt Stevens, and I represent Hendersonville Road Associates, the applicant here. John Simpson is the owner of that company. He's South Asheville resident, his family lives there and go to our local schools, and he's developed a number of projects around town. He's got one similar to this off of Christ School Road that he just broken ground on. Let me, if I may, share my screen. This works. Okay. Can you all see that on the screen, the tax map? Yes. Okay, great. So just to get you oriented again, that's the tax map. There's Amcor. What that building is now is the Hawthorne Apartments. You can see it better here. That's Mills Gap Road. Of course, these buildings are finished. And then there's Amcor. This property got a kind of a narrow little access point that comes up here. And what you see here, a little bit of this clearing, that is where the unconsolidated fill is. And I'll show you some pictures in a minute. But that's basically where this development will go. And then all of this will be protected all the way up to the edge of the ridge. So as you drive down Sweeten Creek Road, you'll still enjoy that nice view of the mountainside. So I took these pictures, and I wish we all had a chance to walk out there and see it, because there's no substitute for that. But as you come in, that's the access road right here. As you come in and you get about halfway up, that's the view of the Hawthorne Apartments. As you come up higher on the site, you get a sense of the elevation there. You're sort of looking out on top of the Hawthorne. This picture on the left, I'm standing kind of right in the middle of where the unconsolidated fill is, and you can see the kind of new growth right there. If I had more time, I'd rotate around and show you the rest. But from that point, you're just looking up at this wall of trees all the way up to the ridge. But when you look at your feet, you see what I'm talking about with the unconsolidated fill. You see, cinder blocks sticking up out of the ground. This is a core that was taken by the engineers to figure out what was in there. and it's just household garbage. I mean, literally just stacked on top of it. And this project will remove all of that because we can't build there unless it gets removed, which we think is a major benefit to this project. Let me go back quickly to the site plan. I want to orient you to a couple of things. So, we agree to disagree with the planning staff about whether or not we're disturbing, the more than 25% of the slope. And here's the reason. If you look up at the top of the ridge, the slope is, of course, almost flat. It's significantly less than 25%. That's also true down here in a stream area, and I'll talk about the stream area in a minute. And it's also true in this stream area here. Now, this is the area of the fill. What's happening here, this is an existing jurisdictional stream, and it flows into a degraded underground culvert that is just literally rusting away, and it flows underneath that fill out the other side. We're going to remove all that fill. We're going to replace that culvert so that it is not impairing the water quality of this, and it's not a significant stream, but of this little stream that comes through here. This is the other stream on the property. It will be open and protected by a 30-foot buffer, as we're required to do. And of course, the developer will have to get Corps of Engineers permits for all of this work. As Shannon noted, when you get to this point, they will have to culvert that stream as it runs down the edge of that road. And if you think about it, that's going to be true regardless of what is developed on this property. It's just the reality of that narrow right-of-way there, which is 50 feet in width. All right, so real quick, this is a cross-section of the sidewalk that I talked about earlier, 6-foot sidewalk all the way down the entrance road, 22 feet in width, nice wide access road. This gives you a sense of the lot size. Yeah, it's small, but you can fit a house on it that is 3 or even 4 bedrooms, and I'll show you that in a minute. This is the one spot where there is a cut slope of 1.5 to 1, and Shannon's right. We're asking for an exception there. It's a topographical challenge in order to avoid cutting into and building up on the steeper slope, which would involve even more retaining walls. We're saying let us do a little steeper than you normally would allow. We'll have a geotechnical engineer sign off on it. This is a rendering of the sidewalk that'll be going through here. Normally you'd have 5-foot planting, 5-foot sidewalk. We're asking for 4 feet of planting, 5-foot sidewalk. Pretty darn close, in my opinion. Now, of course, we will, and I think someone mentioned this earlier, we will have to deal with the stormwater, and there will be a system here, a bioretention facility, and then a sand filter probably here. We're not just going to run everything into that culvert. We're going to do right by those streams and the water that's collected on the site. Right there is where the little playground will be. And there's, discussion about the shared sidewalks, Mr. Chairman. That's what we're talking about right here. These two houses will share, driveway. They'll share a driveway right up here. These 3 will technically share a driveway, and then these right here. We think in the big scheme of things, in order to create more housing, which, by the way, from a financial standpoint, if you're a member of that association, you'd rather have more than less. That makes it more affordable. Landscaping will do all the street trees and things of that nature. Of course, here are some of the house plans. Yes, there are 6. You see D.R. Horton there. Most likely D.R. Horton will do these homes. They're a nationwide home builder. They know what they're doing. These are stick-built, decent, nice homes. In addition to the different home plans, there are different elevations. So the variation will be wider than just 6 different homes. You can have brick, you can have rock, you can, do different architectural features. Some of these homes will have a single car garage, but a number of them will have a 2-car garage, and they'll have up to, some of these have 4 bedrooms, which is kind of amazing. at almost 2,000 square feet. So yeah, the yards are tiny. They are. That's less landscaping for the homeowner. We think there's a demand for this product, and the market will bear it. Switch back to this real quick. The conditions, number one, we are grading in excess of the maximum allowable in the steep slope zone, but when you look at 34.5 acres, we're only grading 13. We would be permitted to do 10.5. It seems reasonable to us when you balance out the equities. I talked about the grading of one slope. That's acceptable from an engineering standpoint and permitted in the county. Now, the city takes the position that more than half of the required open space exceeds 25%. As I showed you, when you calculate the ridge and those low spots, we actually think it's a little under that. And remember, we're preserving a mountain ridge with all that mature tree canopy in the heart of South Asheville. I talked about the sidewalks. I want to mention this too. So I agree wholeheartedly with Ms. Boo-Bennett. We need more sidewalks. I think when Mills Gap gets expanded by the DOT, surely they will build sidewalks headed east on Mills Gap. But what we'll do is we'll have a short sidewalk where our road comes in, and it'll connect up with a sidewalk that is associated with the Hawthorne Apartments. And then, you've got a little bit of area around the railroad tracks that need a sidewalk that don't, but that'll happen too when the DOT widens Mills Gap, and you'll have and then you get to the apartment complex just past the railroad tracks, and you got sidewalk all the way down to Whole Foods, and then you can cross at the crosswalk and go to Ingles, go to Ace Hardware, etc. We think this will actually be a pretty pedestrian friendly development. The Living Asheville priority strategies, we went through the goals. I want to hit them quickly. Goal number 5, make streets more walkable, comfortable, and connected. We think this does that with a wide entrance road, the sidewalk, both along the entrance road as in the development, and then, as I mentioned, the pedestrian access to shopping. Goal 7, celebrate the unique identity of neighborhoods through creative placemaking. Well, we know we need them, 76 small individual homes with 5 that will be deed restricted affordable. The lots are in full compliance with the UDO. Yes, they're small, but they're in full compliance with size, spacing, and parking. Will be adjacent to the Hawthorne Apartments. That's multifamily. They could do multifamily on this, but we think there's a need for single family. There's large single family lots just to the east. And then there's an industrial facility, the Amcor facility, that's our neighbor on one side. And then we got a big protected ridge. That's a pretty good use of that 34 acres, it seems to me. And there's a little playground amenity and, as I said, pedestrian access. Goal number 10, improve transit service. This neighborhood is right on the bus line and it's close to many different kinds of jobs. Folks actually won't have to have a car. They can walk down, catch a bus, and go anywhere they need to go. Goal 13, increase and diversify the housing supply. And 14, promote the development of affordable and workforce housing. We're doing that with this project. Goal 20, 23, and 37, preserve and reinvigorate hillsides, protect land and water assets, implement green infrastructure. You can't, when on a site like this, of this size, it's hard to use natural swales and things, which is why I showed you that bioretention pond and the sand filter. But we're going to comply with the Clean Water Act, and we're going to comply with the Corps of Engineers permits, and we're going to protect all of this hillside, and we're going to create housing, and we're going to get rid of unconsolidated fill and garbage, which is going to have to be done regardless of what happens on that site. I apologize for the quality of this picture. I had to take it with my cell phone, but this will give you a sense of what it'll look like when it's done in a sort of cartoonish way. All this will be protected. We're right next to this Hawthorne. This is single family. This is the Amcor facility. I don't know. I think it's pretty efficient use of that property. So with that, I will stop presenting, and I thank you for your time.
I have a few additional questions. It's not really material to the decision, but I'm curious, is this requiring an individual permit because of the length of the stream that you're piping?
Daniel, you want to take that one?
So we're working with an environmental consultant. It's not entirely clear yet if it'll be an individual permit or a nationwide permit. You may be aware the Corps just changed their guidance on stream impacts from a lineal foot basis to an acreage basis, much like wetlands. So, you know, that's something we'll just have to work through. We do believe there'll be some mitigation payment required to impact the amount we're looking at. So yeah, it's a challenge, no doubt, but we're working through it.
Okay, thanks. On the water system, I assume that what you're describing is a system that will be beyond a master meter, and so you will be charging or not charging for the water individually. You'll basically be splitting that cost across the entire development. Is that correct?
Well, that is correct. We'll be master metered from the city standpoint. Whether or not the developer chooses to submeter the individual homes or just divide the city bill, so to speak, we're not exactly there yet. But obviously one of the two.
Which is Road 4? You have profiles and you have one of them labeled Road 4. I was curious which road that is.
That's the one, the very southern road, the one that turns right off of Road 1, the entrance road.
I'll show my screen here real quick. Maybe you can.
So it's not it has no houses along it.
No, sir, it does. It has houses on it.
Is this it down here, Daniel, right here?
No, it's to the far left. The far,
Oh, this one right here. That's Road 4?
Correct.
Okay.
While you have that screen up, can you bring up the play area for the kids again? I have a question about that.
Sure. Okay.
There was another screen where you showed the play area and then the stormwater drain off, and it looked like they were pretty close by. So I just wanted to see if you could clarify that.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it for you. Go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah, so that's an idea at this point. I mean, I think the play area itself is the square footage is regulated by ordinance, given the number of units. The idea there is that we may be able to create a sod-covered stay-light bio-retention basin in conjunction with that, quote, play yard area that, you know, might pond 9 inches, if you will, during a heavy rain event, but soon dissipates.
And then where is the train track for this? Because I know the train is close by.
Yeah, so let me go back to this. Whoops. All right, so if you come out on the Mills Gap on this right here, you go out across Sweeten Creek. There's a gas station right on the corner right there, and there's the railroad tracks. It's just right there, right where my cursor is.
So I don't know if you've made it this far, but like with the building materials and things like that, like have you thought about the noise from the train and the building materials for the housing and the impacts and things like that on the residents? Because I can hear the train at my house and I'm a couple miles away.
Yeah, that's a good question. And I wonder if any effort was made by the developer of the Hawthorne Apartments to address that. I don't know, so I can't answer that question. I think that the train is an unfortunate reality. In a number of areas of the city. I know it can be an issue in the River Arts District as well.
Could you please go to I think you showed a proposed landscaping plan tree?
Sure. Right here, I think it is.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
What was the reason why you would let's see, I'm just looking at here, going from a 4-foot sidewalk planting strip to a 5-foot planting strip to a 4-foot planting strip. Is that just a simple economics lesson, or and there is a sidewalk connecting to Mills Gap. It's really hard to discern whether the trees are planted back of sidewalk. I believe that's what I'm seeing.
Daniel, you want to take those two questions?
Sure. Yeah, the entrance road to Mills Gap, that's the street section wherein we have the 6-foot sidewalk right along the back of the curb. And so indeed the street trees are planted to the back of that sidewalk. With respect to the 4-foot planting strip, it's largely, it's not economics by any stretch. It's largely a dimensional challenge. We've compressed the project plan north and south as much as we can to minimize and limit the grading that's required on either either side of the body of the project there. So that 2 feet was really 2+ feet was really helpful to keep us away from the adjoining property lines and work with the topography.
I have a related question there. When these folks park their car in the driveway, is the sidewalk blocked?
It should not be unless they're driving some astronomically large vehicle. I don't recall the exact dimension between the garage and the back of the sidewalk. I want to say it's 16 or 17 feet.
Did you look at the consequence of raising that wall height in order to eliminate the 1.5 to 1 slope? How much additional wall you would need?
I want to say it would be in the neighborhood of 10 feet. And yes, that's a good question, and we did look at that. That little finger ridge there is a challenging spot. We don't want to grade up the hill any further than we need to, hence the 1.5 to 1.
10 feet higher, Mr. Hyatt, or I'm assuming you're talking 10 feet higher than what is required. And then I would follow that with the question of, and you partially answered it, why would you not do 2 walls? That seems perhaps, I realize it's grading further up the hill, but perhaps more reasonable from 2 walls at lower height, less engineering and less maintenance down the road.
Terraced walls might be an option. My experience is that depending on the height of each wall and the horizontal distance they're apart, they're often perceived from a structural standpoint as one wall. And so the engineering and infrastructure required to build them is equally as invasive. Furthermore, pushing them further apart would result in a similar area of disturbance to what we've shown now, I believe.
I have a couple of questions that are in some ways related, and it has to do with both the overall kind of layout of the homes in relationship to the site. If I'm not sure who's sharing the screen, but if you could kind of just zoom out to the larger.
Yeah.
One question is, I appreciate the fact that you're trying to make this compact. It certainly is a challenging slope that you're dealing with, trying to provide, compact homes at reasonable price points. I do appreciate that. One question I would have is, was there consideration given to shared driveways, 0 lot lines, i.e. townhomes where the houses literally are shared walls? That concept you could, when we were just having the discussion about the planning strip, I mean, that's a 2-foot change. You talk about eliminating the 12 feet that's between each house, which let's face it, who needs a 6-foot piece of grass to mow? That's, I'm sorry, ridiculous. That really starts to take some square footage off and really starts to make a compact community that limits the impact on the site even further. I'm looking at these slope profiles too, and I appreciate the sidewalks, and I'm thinking, yeah, I wonder how many people are going to carry their groceries up that 13% entrance road. My guess is less than 2. So again, I appreciate, kind of what you've done, but it seems like there's some things that, while they are perhaps untraditional in the sense of, 0 lot line homes, I think that's something that would be worthwhile looking at. And I'd just be curious to see if that had been even thought of remotely.
Daniel, you want to take that?
Yeah, we did not look at a townhouse type development. I guess the primary reason is the developers, really looking to do this, small lot, single family type deal. The other issue is having the buildings separated, even if it's only by a small amount, gives us the opportunity, given the slope of the road, to step the units so that they're, so that we can transition grade along that roadway within the foundation of the building. So, admittedly, it's flat in this 2-dimensional perspective here, but generally between those units, I want to say there's upwards of 9 feet difference between the floor of one unit to the neighboring unit.
Oh, sure. I mean, that happens in townhouses though too.
So was there consideration of a cottage development, or is that even possible in this location?
Cottage by, I'm not sure what you mean with that term.
There's some like that on Fairview Road where it's single family homes, but it's almost like there's reduction in parking and access roads to the properties. It's almost like clusters of homes. I mean, I'm sure Shannon could explain it a lot better than I could, but
Yeah, I mean, the cottage concept is to have central open space with little pockets of homes that are sort of sensitively designed. The most common cottage development model is uses the Planned Community Act to not have individual lots, but rather just they're freestanding single family homes, but they own the property or the drip area around directly under the home. And that usually gives a little bit more flexibility to kind of position the home in such a way that it reduces the impact.
And so then I guess the answer, Ms. Levi, is I don't think that my client did evaluate that. I mean, he definitely he understands and the need and the demand for individual single family homes that are, they'll own that lot. They'll have their driveway, their garage, and not own that common area with somebody else. I think I'm fairly describing that.
yeah, I'm just bringing it up because it may reduce, your percentages for amount of steep slope area and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a tough site, with the consolidated fill, with the steep slope, with the narrow access. I think the original rendering, he wanted to do 85 homes, and he realized that just wasn't going to work, and we're down to 76. But the idea is, because you got site acquisition and prep costs, you got retaining wall costs, et cetera, to just get as many homes in there as he can was the goal. And he understands that business model, and that's sort of where he's coming from. You could redesign this site. You could have fewer home sites. You could do cluster homes and have fewer roads and fewer retaining walls, but you would have literally fewer homes. And it may not make economic sense if you're going to do what I would call workforce type single family homes because of all those other costs. You know, everything's a trade-off.
I've got two questions real quick that you could help me with. One of them is I'm certainly glad there's a stormwater plan, and being someone who lives in this area off Sweeten Creek, the stormwater measures that are in place are often dilapidated or far undersized. Is there any kind of expected lifespan of the systems you are putting in place, or what's the, I mean, just the water problem on this area of Asheville is extremely troublesome to people like me who own a home in this area.
It's a good question. Daniel, you want to take that?
Yeah, that is a good question. And the short answer is, I don't know that there's a good answer to the lifespan. A lot of it has to do with the type of system it is. Typically above ground systems will last longer by virtue of the fact that they're visible. If there's a problem, you can see it and fix it. We would meet the city's requirements for treatment and peak flow attenuation. It's a tough question.
I guess where I'm going with this is, since this will be a private road and private infrastructure, I'd imagine the HOA would be required for being the one to maintain it or paying to keep it going, as opposed to the DOT or city. And that's an assumption I'm making. I might be incorrect in that statement.
No, you're exactly right. And I think that's pretty typical of any private development. The developer or end user owner is responsible for maintaining it. And the city has, I should know it, but I don't, some inspection interval that all these systems are required to be reviewed and improved if need be.
Annual.
Well, thank you.
And then my second question, thank you for that answer. My second question was the area that is going to be protected ridge or protected from further development is that what's the legal, is that being put into a conservatum, or what's the legal protection of that land other than your good intent?
So the way conditional zoning works, and Janice can jump in if I get this wrong, but this entire site, including the 22.5 acres that'll be preserved, if city council if you recommend it and city council approves it, this is all that can be built. Nothing more can be built. Nothing can be built into the woods. It would be a violation of the zoning approval for this 34-acre piece of property.
And that we actually draft an ordinance if this project were to be approved that describes that and includes a copy of the site plan, and it gets recorded both with the city but also with the Buncombe County Register of Deeds.
It's permanently restricted, Mr. Faircloth. I mean, the only way to change that would be you'd have to go all the way back to city council, and you'd have to convince that city council to modify that ordinance, which just seems very unlikely.
Okay, thank you for explaining that to me.
Are the lot sizes simply defined by the size of the units plus the required setbacks?
Daniel, you want to take that?
Yeah. Generally, yes, that is true. We were aware of the 3,600 square foot minimum lot size requirement. And so that the unit doesn't totally take up the entire setback area, but generally that was the metric by which we arranged and laid out these lots. And to keep as much area within the property in common ownership and open area rather than individually owned.
Any other comments from staff, or excuse me, from the commission?
One comment I'd like to make, and it just has to do with the B1 conditions. That still lists in number 2 that it's an approval for an 80 lot single family subdivision. So it sounds like it's only 76. So that's just a typo in there.
Actually, go ahead.
This is Janice. I had a question about the B1 conditions. Wyatt, you have said there will be a homeowners association, but the B1 conditions don't speak to that. I know sometimes in these kinds of developments, the developer forms that homeowners association, and then eventually, once all the lots are sold, it becomes the association. But that's in place, and there have been a lot of questions about how these common areas will be maintained. So I don't know if the commissioners have a question about that or have an interest in seeing that reference somehow in the B1 conditions.
So I can say with some certainty that my client would have no objection to a condition requiring him to create a homeowners association. That's simply how it's done in subdivisions like this that eventually get turned over. You know, the developer retains control until a certain number of lots are sold. But yeah, that's the only way to do it, you know, when you've got these responsibilities. So if that if the commissioners want that to be a condition, we can work with you to come up with language that's acceptable to the city and to my client.
May I make a comment before we move forward with voting, if that's the case? I've got a few concerns that I've been writing down as we've been talking about this, and I thank my colleagues for bringing other things to my attention. I'm concerned about the grading on the steep slopes, requiring the 15-foot plus retaining walls. I'm concerned about the high density of single-family homes surrounded by lower density established neighborhoods. And yes, there is an apartment complex on the corner. I would rather see, as my colleagues have mentioned, maybe clustering of homes of things. The first thing that when I saw the site plan was this rigid superimposed grid system of home sites. There's no regard for creating more uniquely shaped lots that accommodate the existing topography. I'm concerned about the reduction of the tree planting strip. What maybe seems nonsensical to you, I think that that's providing trees with a larger growing root zone that will eventually bring back some of that tree canopy, and we need healthy trees. I am concerned about the disruption of the regulated streams and riparian areas. And I don't need an answer, just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Okay, well, we have to have public comment before we go to vote, but I wanted to ask an additional question. These are creating legal lots. Would these lots be allowed to add an ADU at some point? Ms. Tuck?
Well, since they're not included in the site plan, I would say no. I mean, if it were an attached or like a converted basement, I think you could, but I don't think you could add another structure to the property.
I don't see how you could add another structure within the size of the lot.
Right, and I don't think you could meet the setbacks.
No, definitely not. Not based on, they've got a small, drawing of a typical lot and unit on sheet 5 of the Exhibit D, and it pretty much is setback to setback.
Okay, any other questions or comments for the applicant? So at this point, we will open for public comment at 6:38.
Mr. Chair, you have 4 callers. I'll connect the first one.
Hi, I was actually calling about the second item on the agenda.
Okay, you'll have to hang up and recall back.
What time when that is on the agenda?
When we start that hearing, if you will call at that time.
All right.
I was about to say, Marie, before you bring in the next caller, I was about to say, I'm a little surprised that we would have 4 members of the public calling about this. And I kind of was wondering if they might be actually here for, trying to comment on the next item. So I think we might be prepared for a repeat of this.
Okay, we'll try again.
Hi, this is Susan Loftus, and I am Shannon Moore calling in for the next agenda item. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. So if you will just exit
I
the,
would like to speak on this in that I have heard the entire presentation, and I would like to make the comment that I think that particularly Mr. Rodriguez and others who have mentioned the issues with the site and the specific conditions there, I totally would, as a citizen and a planner, agree with the concept of asking them to do some redesign so that this particular project can be more amenable to the site and more amenable for the people who live there and more amenable for the environment overall. I feel like it is like a grid attached to a very specific topo that could be improved. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no callers left in the queue, Mr. Chair.
So we will close public comment at 6:41. And open for further discussion amongst the commission, if there is any.
And technically, so we don't make the mistake we did last time, we have to recess this discussion, not actually vote on it. So
I will make an additional comment based on my question earlier about the depth of the driveways. I would not be in favor of approving a project where the length of the driveway from the sidewalk to the garage is less than a standard 9x18 parking space. There are just too many communities where we require sidewalk to be put in and people pull in their driveway and they block the sidewalk, and it's just pointless. It makes it a non-walkable community as soon as that happens. I would, I guess, point back to some of the comments that Mr. Archibald made regarding making the site more efficient by sharing driveways or using common walls between numbers of buildings. And as an example, would point to the Creekside Village located in Weaverville as a good example. I appreciate the size of these units. I think it's a great product that's definitely needed in Asheville. I'm not terribly concerned about the additional disturbed area in light of the fact that so much of the site is being preserved. I don't have a lot of concern about the height of the walls. I think they're very common in Asheville. It's part of living in the mountains. That's all I have to comment on at the moment.
yeah, I just feel that, you know, it's good what has been presented. They've definitely done some things, you know, certainly preserving a lot of the land, working with the problematic topography. What they've done is good. I think it can be better. And I think just with some, what I will call out of the box thinking, again, shared driveways, common walls, townhouse units, and maybe not all of it is, maybe just parts of it. I think you could squeeze out even less disturbed area. So I would love to see some changes to this. Let's just put it that way. And if nobody else has any comments, I'll be happy to make the motion to recess, but also willing to hear any other comments as well.
I would just add to what the comment that you just made, that making those improvements in efficiency might allow the space to move that wall far enough into the site, into the development area, that you could eliminate the 1.5 to 1, or at least increase it closer to 2 to 1. Working for a company that does geotechnical work, I don't have a concern about 1.5 to 1, but it does violate the requirement for the steep slope ordinance. So that's problematic.
I would just like to add that I would like to see a traffic study done, because if we keep getting numerous projects in this size in that area, then they will all add up to projects that are larger that make traffic studies necessary. So that is my concern. And to Mr. Archibald's point that everybody's always worried about the traffic, well, that's because traffic is getting bad all the time and worse in South Asheville by the day. So that is a major concern with this project coming in, especially right after the apartments were recently built across the street.
Well, I don't know that I would place the burden of providing a traffic impact analysis on this applicant, but I think that, under the consideration that they haven't met the threshold that's required, but I would like to, I guess I would, based on your comments, Ms. Bubenik, I would like to hear from the city engineer, traffic engineer, and perhaps from DOT speaking to that issue.
I do like the proposal from Mr. Stevens and his clients, and I think the biggest thing is I think cutting back. I know you mentioned 85 homes, went down to 76. Maybe try to cut another 9 based off cost perspectives that can help with the rest of the commission's concerns about the roads, sidewalks, and also some of the infrastructure. But thank you for your time.
Tony, before we wrap up, when you ask for comments from the city traffic engineer, would an email be satisfactory, or would you like him to actually attend the next meeting to be able to answer questions?
I think an email would be sufficient if the rest of the commissioners agree with that. Can we get a show of hands from those that are on video?
I think it would answer the questions. I don't know that it would, if the public is paying attention, if it would address their concerns, unless they can see the email, if that makes sense.
Ms. B. Bennett, do you have a comment on that?
No, I was just raising my hand since you can't see me.
Okay.
And this is Janice. I have a point of order. Now, this is unusual because we have to recess it, and then you'll vote at the next meeting. And that's how we handle it in virtual meetings. But typically by now, there would be a sense of when you say like this or would like to see this, you would kind of know where you're leaning to vote, or if you were asking the applicant to continue to present more information, or are you saying to the applicant, there's certain conditions. As you've seen, typically once you've heard it, and this is all the presentation, then we have to open it for 24 hours for more comment. Those comments can be taken in, but typically it's up to you. You don't continue the discussion, you vote at that time. So I'm just not sure by these comments if you are and maybe clarify for the applicant, what are you planning on? There will be more discussion. Are you anticipating that you're requesting this additional information be presented? That would be my only comment.
Mine is presenting more information.
So, Miss Ashley, if we recess this, and this is procedural, if we were to recess this, but we are undecided until we see perhaps other information, or perhaps the applicant decides, yeah, maybe I'll try to make some tweaks. And so there may be changes. If we recess it, that doesn't prevent more information or those changes from happening, correct? Or, I mean, we're recessing it no matter what, I guess is what I'm getting at.
That's right. You're recessing it no matter what. But typically, if we were opening it up to, if this is not what you're voting on the next time and there's more discussion or there's a changed plan, it could end up either being recessed again for a vote, or the applicant, we might get to a point where the applicant says, you know, this is what we're presenting to you, P&Z, and then you need to make your decision based on that. So Wyatt, jump in if you're seeking more clarification or what is being asked of the applicant for the next time. But this is unusual. Typically, you can tell which way you're going and whether what's on the table before you, the conditions as presented, is typically what you would be voting on next time, with perhaps some additional input from the public who might call in 24 hours after.
Right. Yeah, I appreciate that this is unusual, and I really appreciate all of the commissioners' comments. It's been very helpful for me, and I know that John Simpson is watching. I know it's been helpful for him. I will say this, it's clear to me that the commissioners, would like more information, would like, the consideration of maybe a little bit less density, moving some things around. I will say this, I will discuss that with my client, and we'll discuss it with Daniel. He's the engineer and knows the site better than anybody. And if we decide to make changes, we'll submit them to the planning staff, to Shannon, and we'll figure out, Janice, how we do that. But I think they would need to be posted in a timely manner before the next hearing if we go forward in a month. And that way that we would open it back up for public comment and discussion at the next Planning and Zoning Commission hearing. But my client may say, no, I want to go ahead and have an up or down vote. We've done the best we can with this site. That may be his position. I don't know till I talk to him and I don't have an opportunity here. Ordinarily, if we were in a meeting like this, I'd say, hold on, let me go talk to my client. I don't have that opportunity here. So I would just ask that this commission indulge me with that in mind, that if we come up with some changes that I think would be, that this group would be interested in seeing, that we do that in advance of the next meeting, whether it's the next meeting or even the July meeting, so that the public has time to see it, and then we can discuss it when we gather again.
I would only respond to your comments by saying that I do not have any problem with density. I think density is what's going to allow you to achieve the additional reduction in space that could potentially remove that 1.5 to 1 slope, or at least increase it to something closer to 2 to 1. If I had to place conditions right now and we were going to vote on it tonight, I think the two conditions that I would put on it would be the one of a full-size parking space beyond the sidewalk, and condensing the layout to include shared driveways and common walls in order to achieve that denser condition and eliminate that steep slope. The other, I think I spoke to it a moment ago, I think the other specific conditions that Ms. Tuck mentioned that you've brought this case before us for are mitigated by the property that you're putting into conservation effectively. And the access to the 6 lots that don't abut a road, I think we have to start looking at opportunities like that in order to increase density and in order to make these sorts of developments work. And I'll stop there. If anybody else has any comments or questions, please proceed.
I think what Guillermo had to say about the site and how the plan is laid out with respect to the topography is really important. I think you'll be able to achieve density, assuage some of those concerns about the steep slope, but also, you know, bring in some of that diversity of housing type that was also in the staff report. And I also think, you know, the affordability may be achieved when you're working with the slope rather than against it.
And I would definitely agree with that. I would love it if you had 90 units on there, but packed them together so that it worked better. And I certainly think that if you were to do that, then if I really wanted to like throw another condition, I'd love to see you hit at least the minimum 10% mark for affordable housing. Right now I calculated it at 6.5. 10% would be great to have. And Mr. Stevens, I certainly understand that you need time to talk to your client. I appreciate, you hearing what we have to say and certainly look forward to seeing what you bring forward or, bring back. And we'll certainly, give you that chance.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And if there's no further comment, I would like to make the motion to recess the public hearing for the conditional zoning request for the property located at 70 Mills Gap Road.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second to recess the project, and we will vote. Ms. Levi,
Aye.
Mr. Hoke,
Aye.
Mr. Archibald,
Aye.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Aye.
Mr. Faircloth,
Hi.
Ms. Bebenick,
Aye.
and I'll vote aye also. The project will be recessed until June 2nd.
Before we move on to the next item, would you like to consider just a very brief break?
It's currently 6:56. Why don't we come back in 10 minutes?
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hyatt.
Looks like we needed more than just 10 minutes. Okay, moving on. Item 2 on legislative hearings is a request to conditionally rezone the following properties located on Charlotte, East Chestnut, Furman, and Baird Streets from Community Business 1, CB1, residential multifamily, medium density RM8, and residential multifamily, high density RM16, to commercial expansion conditional zone COMEXP-CZ, along with one adjustment to the future land use map from traditional neighborhood to traditional corridor. The owner is RCG Killian Chestnut Residential Properties LLC and RCG Killian Asphalt Arms, and the contact is Chris Day. The planner coordinating review is Ms. Tuck. Shall I read that list?
The list? Oh, for Colin?
For the property addresses, PIN numbers, and current zoning?
Oh, I don't think it's necessary. You could say the properties as identified on the agenda, perhaps.
There we go. So stated.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I will share my screen. And again, I will let everybody know that if you need me to pause, if you could just speak up, because I can't see your faces once I start presenting. And please let me know when you see that screen.
Looks good.
Great. So as Mr. Hauser has indicated, this is a conditional zoning request for the property for the project that we commonly refer to as the Charlotte Street East Chestnut Mixed Use Development Project. I think it's also been known as 101 Charlotte Street. And to begin, I'll just orient the commission and everybody listening this evening to the subject property or to the project site. This is a clip from the Exhibit A map that identifies the 17 parcels that are included in this particular conditional zoning request. It's a mix of zoning today. It is a combination of CB1, RM8, and RM16. And again, I will kind of trace the boundary so for folks who are trying to understand. So it's these front parcels that are zoned CB1, which is Community Business 1, and the boundary for that falls like this. So it is these 6 on the corridor, and then these 2 parcels that turn the corner on East Chestnut. And then we have RM8 zoning, which are these parcels along Baird, as well as these couple parcels here on Furman. So this is the boundary here for the RM8 zoning. And then this southeast corner is the RM16 zoning. And of course, the request is a conditional zoning request to mixed use expansion CZ. So when we look at the Exhibit B aerial map, you can kind of get a sense for what's on the property today. Again, there are 17 parcels in total. 13 of those parcels currently support historic single-family home structures. Now, a lot of those structures have been converted, and I think most of them are multifamily apartments. And then there is also one office, a structure that's been converted into an office located here at 276 Charlotte Street. There is one non-contributing structure, and that is the Asheville Arms, located here on the corner of Furman and East Chestnut. We also have 2 vacant parcels. this parcel here located on the corner of East Chestnut and Charlotte Street, this one on East Chestnut. And then we have another parcel that supports just a surface parking lot. This project is particularly unique in that it is almost an entire city block. We have frontage on Charlotte Street here on the west, East Chestnut Street on the south, Furman Avenue on the east, and Baird Street to the north. And it is just these 4 parcels here at the corner of Baird and Furman that are not included in the project area. Additionally, all 17 parcels are located within the Chestnut Hills National Historic District, and I'll emphasize that is a national historic district, not a local historic district, but it is a designated historic district. Also, 8 of the 17 parcels along Charlotte Street, and it's these, actually it matches the CB1 zoning. It's these 6 parcels on Charlotte Street, and then the 2 that turn the corner on East Chestnut are located within the Charlotte Street Transition Overlay. We always examine the city's future land use map, which is included as part of the city's comprehensive plan. This is the existing land use map as it relates to the subject area. And you can see the front portion, or the portion closest to Charlotte Street, is designated traditional corridor. And this is, in the comprehensive plan, is a designation that's described as an area that would provide a mix of uses with a development pattern that most closely resembles a main street. So we're describing buildings that sit closer to the street, that might be multi-storied, might be a mix of uses, and that this development would be enhanced with multimodal access and higher residential densities. While the back portion of the property is designated as traditional neighborhood, which is a designation that describes a mix of housing types at a rate of approximately 4 to 8 units per acre. The mixed-use expansion zoning designation is not listed as an appropriate zoning category for the traditional neighborhood. We don't expect to have that zoning in this area. So a rezoning to MXD CZ or MXD expansion would necessitate a change to the future land use map. And it would just simply look like this. We would just pull that traditional corridor designation back into the rest of the subject property. Now, before I get into the site plan and all the details, I know that the development team, the applicant and his development team have a really thorough and comprehensive presentation. So I'm going to try to provide just sort of a broad overview of the project and let them kind of fill in some of those finer details. So by now, everyone's probably pretty well oriented to the site, but just to recap it again, here on the left or on the western side is Charlotte Street. To the south is East Chestnut. To the east is Furman Avenue. And then here to the north is Baird. There are 4 primary buildings proposed as part of this mixed-use development. Starting here on the north end of Charlotte Street is building D. This is a 4-story mixed-use building with a commercial level at the ground floor and residential units above. And then moving south, we have building A, which is another mixed-use building, but it steps up in size and height and is 5 stories. And these 2 buildings, buildings A and D, have, I think, the greatest presence on the corridor. Obviously, they front the corridor and they're some of the larger buildings. Then we turn the corner on East Chestnut and you have building B. And this is, again, another mixed-use building with commercial at the ground level and residential units above. This is also the building that includes the live-work units that are proposed as part of this project. And then moving further down to the east on East Chestnut, we have building, sorry, I always have to check, building C. And this is a 3-story all residential building. Continuing down East Chestnut is where you come across the Asheville Arms. That's the existing 56-unit apartment building. And then turning north on Furman, you have a new 3-story residential building. And then One of the historic homes is proposed to be preserved, located here at 134 Furman Avenue. So this structure is an existing structure that's proposed to be retained and converted into 2 condominium units that would be sold as part of the project. And then lastly, on Baird Street, the only new construction are the 18 stacked townhomes. And when I say stacked, I mean that you have 8 townhomes that front directly on Baird, and then stacked behind them are another 10 townhomes. And these are 3-story townhomes. Also included in the project is a large parking structure that would support approximately 300 parking spaces and will connect directly to buildings B and D, and access through this parking lot, as well as direct access from East Chestnut. We also have included in the project some enhanced and wider sidewalks along Charlotte Street and East Chestnut. We also have a bike lane improvement. There's proposal to add a buffer lane or buffer strip here next to the existing bike lane. We have public open space. The main entrance into the sort of courtyard plaza space of the project is, I think, is at this corner, flanked by buildings A and B. This is sort of that prominent corner heading north on Charlotte Street, and kind of draws you into the site, where there's some additional sort of plaza courtyard space that's kind of internal to the development. We also have a variety of walkways that connect the project to the different buildings within the project, as well as to the existing Asheville Arms and out to the larger community. So overall, this project is about 210,000 square feet with 181 new residential units, 18 of which will be set aside as affordable housing. And we have over 45,000 square feet of non-residential or commercial space. And of course, other features that are typically associated with projects like this, such as surface parking and some shared surface parking. Access into the site, access is restricted. There is no direct vehicular access from Charlotte Street. We have a nice, smooth, solid pedestrian zone along Charlotte Street. We have 2 vehicular access points on each of the other 3 road frontages. And here, I'll just walk through quickly. These are the building elevations that were submitted as part of the project. This is that first building furthest north on Charlotte Street, building C, and then building A, which is just south of that. This is the larger 5-story building. Turning the corner on East Chestnut, you can see the outline edge of building A, and then that transitions over to building B, another 4-story mixed-use building. And you can see this ground level activation along, this is Charlotte Street, and on the top elevation, and then at the bottom elevation, you have additional commercial non-residential space at the ground level along East Chestnut. And then beyond building B is building D. I think, yes, building C, I'm sorry, building C, which is one of the 3-story residential buildings. On Furman is the other 3-story residential building here, the existing single-family historic structure to remain. And then on Baird Street, again, the only new construction will be this, the 3-story townhomes. And that kind of concludes my introduction or my overview of the site. Again, similar to the project that came before this one, staff is recommending denial of the project. And again, I want to emphasize, as currently designed. Similar to the first project, the proposed project has many positive aspects that we think are consistent with the goals for mixed use and housing in strategically located areas, supports goals for walkability and connectivity. It has a strong relationship with the public realm, and it supports affordable housing. The project, however, is not consistent with the goals for historic and cultural preservation, cultural preservation through the demolition of the 12 historic structures. Additionally, we feel like there is information lacking to better understand or assess the project's compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. So this is one of those projects that tends to kind of cultivate polarizing opinions. And we just don't see it that way. We think that the goals for historic preservation and the goals for more intense mixed-use walkable development are not mutually exclusive. And while we recognize that we likely can't fully satisfy all of the goals, we do think that there is some middle ground that hasn't been explored that could potentially preserve some of the existing structures, which would also likely help address some of the compatibility concerns with the surrounding neighborhood, because nothing's going to be more compatible than the existing historic homes that are already in place. That concludes my introduction. As I mentioned earlier, I know the applicant has a good, thorough presentation that they would like to go through. Before they do that, though, I'd be happy to answer any clarifying questions.
These homes that you're referring to are historic in the sense they're old. They're not on any type of register.
No, they are contributing historic structures in the Chestnut Hills National Register, or excuse me, National Historic District. So the designated historic district identifies which of the structures are contributing to the integrity of that historic district, and all 13 of these structures are listed as contributing structures.
Okay, thank you.
If I may take that, Mr. Hauser, to expand on it a little bit, because we've studied that pretty closely. So the National Historic Registry, the Chestnut Hill Historic District, covers a pretty big geographic area, and it has over 264 contributing structures. It has a number of non-contributing structures. She's right, 13 of those are contributing structures. That does not, however, mean that they are necessarily historic. We have historic structures within that designation. They would include the Von Ruck House that is owned by my client, the Killian family, that they renovated and preserved and got an award for. It would include the Jeter Pritchard House that they renovated and restored, that has actual history. It would include the Commodore. It would include the Manor Inn. It would not necessarily, these homes, they are contributing structures. There's no restriction on their removal under federal law, and there's no particular history attached to them. In contrast, you look at the Patton Parker House next door. That is absolutely a historic home, and the Siemens have done a fabulous job of renovating it and restoring it, and it has a deep history in our city. None of these structures have that kind of history attached to them. They were homes that were purchased by Dr. Killian in the 1970s and 80s. They were all built in about the 1920s. And by the time he bought them, they had already been cut up into small individual apartment units. I'll show you some pictures here in a minute. But they no longer had their single family character. They were essentially old homes that offered affordable housing to, in many cases, college students who needed it. And Dr. Killian put his office in one of them, and I'll show you a picture of that. But the rest of them were it was housing, small individual unit housing. And though he did do a historic renovation on these other structures, he never intended to preserve these in any sort of historic way. The opportunity to do that had long since gone by the wayside. And when he passed away in 1998, his widow, Fran, and his boys, Hume and Frank, who were in college, I believe, at the time, they never intended to do a historic renovation. For any member of this board that hasn't worked on old homes, I will tell you it's very challenging and incredibly expensive. And to restore these homes in the way that the Preservation Society would have us do it would be prohibitively expensive. And if you did it, they would be multi-million-dollar single-family homes, of which we have plenty in the city of Asheville. So some context is important with respect to what we're talking about when we talk about the Chestnut Hill Historic District.
Thank you. Do any of the commissioners have any questions or comments before we open the floor to the applicant?
I have a question to build off of what you asked, Mr. Hauser, and Mr. Stevens kind of expanded on this a little bit, but the historical society, can you tell us a little bit more about that? Like, so it's not on the Register of Historical Districts or any of those things. Is there like a plaque outside of the homes? Is there anything like that? Can you tell us like what exactly is this group that is the historical district, and what do they do for this home?
So the Preservation Society of Asheville and Buncombe County is an outstanding nonprofit organization, local organization that exists to promote historic architecture and structures in the city of Asheville. And as I mentioned, they gave awards to Dr. Killian for his restoration of the homes that I mentioned. And they've done many more, and they've done tremendous work. They want us to try to preserve these homes. We respectfully disagree with that for all the reasons I said and all the reasons I'll say in a minute. The Chestnut Hill Historic District, though, to really answer your question, that's a federal designation. And what happened was Roy Trantham, the mayor, went, probably had the city attorney do it. They submitted an application to the Department of Interior, I believe is the governmental agency, and said, here's a map of a really important part of Asheville's history, and we want to get it on the historic registry. And to do that, they had to identify all of the structures, both contributing and non-contributing. And they did that. And as I said, there was about 264 contributing structures, of which 13 of these homes were on there. Now, there's varying categories of contributing. I can't remember the term, but there's a term for like really special. That would be the Patton Parker House, the Von Ruck House, the Jeter Pritchard House, and so forth. And then there's kind of this contributing. Well, these are contributing structures. But what that means is that if you own property in a historic district and you want to do a historic renovation, you can get tax credits for it if you follow a very stringent set of guidelines. But you get tax credits that help offset the cost of the renovation. My client has looked at these homes, and to do the kind of work that you would have to do to qualify for those tax credits would mean that you would price these out of any sort of affordability, any sort of multi-unit housing. It just wouldn't make sense. So perhaps you would change some of them into commercial structures, but even then, it would be very challenging from an economic standpoint to really, for that to make sense. And really the bigger, and we're going to talk about this in a minute, but the homes that are of probably most interest to most of the people on this call are the ones right along Charlotte Street. And you will see that we can't do what we want to do to open up the streetscape, to create the walkability, if we preserve those homes. And so, long answer to your question, but there is no legal protection for these homes. These are privately owned homes that were purchased by Dr. Killian in their then existing condition. They haven't fundamentally changed. His family has kept them. There's about 12 total units out of 30 occupied on that site. Our vision is to create 180 to 183 new homes and to create a vibrant, active, commercial, walkable, public space oriented neighborhood that we think will just transform that part of Asheville in a really very positive way. I hope that answered your question.
And let me also add and inform the commission and let you all know that we have asked Alex Cole, who is the city's historic preservation planner, who works in the planning department. She's one of my colleagues. She is here this evening if there are any specific questions or more technical questions about the historic district's designation or what these houses contribution to that designation is. So she's here if there are any questions for her.
Hi,
Um,
everyone. Sorry, I apologize. I'm having some technical difficulty with my camera, but my name is Alex Cole. As Shannon said, I'm the staff liaison to the HRC and also manage the city's historic preservation program. And I can just offer a couple of clarifying points on the National Register District and the different types of designation that come into play. So as Mr. Stevens pointed out, there are some properties that in the city that do have a special historic designation, like the Von Ruck House. That's a great example. It is actually a contributing building to the Chestnut Hill National Register District, but it is also a local historic landmark, which is a separate designation that carries with it an overlay that requires zoning, requires design review, excuse me. The 13 houses on the 101 block of Charlotte Street are all contributing structures to the National Register Historic District. There is not a difference as far as National Register Historic District listing in terms of like varying degrees of contributing versus, you know, partially contributing or more special significance contributing. There's just contributing, non-contributing, and sometimes we call non-contributing like infill or fill construction, like the Asheville Arms building as an example that was built later in like the 70s or 80s. So hopefully that helps clarify, but if you need more context around what it means to be listed in the National Register, I'm happy to help clarify.
And also just in anticipation of a lot of public comment that's going to talk about historic structures or discussion that will talk about the historic district designation and these structures. And there is a difference between the Preservation Society, which as Mr. Stevens has indicated is a local nonprofit organization, and our city's Historic Resources Commission, which is another body that is appointed by our city council who reviews, who has a variety of responsibilities, including review of projects in our local historic districts, which this is a national district, not a local district. But they also serve as the city's or as a certified local government, a CLG, and have other responsibilities in terms of making comment regarding the integrity of our national historic districts. So I just want to kind of jump ahead of any potential confusion over the difference between those two bodies.
Yeah, and I would just jump in real quick, just point of clarification. I'm looking at the National Historic Registry right here, and there's there are variations. There is contributing, non-contributing, and then there's like a special mention category that they use for like the Beaufort House on Liberty Street, the Von Ruck House, and others. So there actually is a distinction in the National Registry. And none of these meet that special category. They are, though, contributing structures. That's true. Pivotal is the term they use.
I thought also in terms of renovation, there were varying levels as well, as far as tax credits, whether you're renovating, rehabbing, or making slight alterations. Aren't there different levels that you can do within a contributing structure based on the tax credit level?
I would say no. The standards that the National Park Service uses to review tax credit applications is very stringent. There is some leeway typically for like a residential type structure, oftentimes may require a little bit more modification to an interior layout where it's not quite as character defining as what we call it in historic preservation terms, where they may allow you to make changes to an interior layout, whereas there are some structures where the interior layout, let's say like City Hall, for example, where the interior layout is critical to what is character defining of the building. And so the Park Service may review, those slightly differently, but there's not any, as far as like the amount of tax credits available to you, it's the exact same review process, regardless of what your proposed renovation project may be. I'm not sure, Ms. Levi, if that helps answer your question.
Yes, that helped. I think my question was like about the scope, and you answered it. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the commissioners at this point?
One quick one, and I might have missed it. Was there any improvements along the side streets as far as the walkability or the sidewalks I'm just concerned because having walked that block, those were very small and narrow streets. And is that part of the plan to improve that?
Yeah, so the really enhanced sidewalk realm or pedestrian realm will be on Charlotte Street, but it will also be pretty significant on East Chestnut. They're also proposing a wider sidewalk in East Chestnut, that where you have that sort of ground level commercial level. They really kind of enhance that sidewalk zone to kind of create that more walkable environment. As you transition back into the neighborhood where the scale of the buildings, the density of the buildings start to kind of drop, then it transitions into a more traditional sidewalk, either using the existing sidewalk infrastructure or connecting with new sidewalk. But then it'll probably be more your typical 5 foot or whatever the pattern is in the area.
Okay, I mentioned it a little while ago, for those that weren't here for the previous case, it's typical for 10 minutes to be allowed for the applicant and 3 minutes per person for the public. These time limits are not hard and fast and have often been flexible depending on the complexity of the project, the authority of the person speaking, and the disability of the person speaking, and so forth. I will ask the applicant to be as succinct as possible, but I think given the size and nature of this project, it justifies some additional time. And at this point, I will turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I appreciate very much the opportunity to be in front of you tonight with my clients, the Killian family, Fran and Hume and his brother Frank. I'm sure are all here. With me today are architects from McMillan, Pasden Smith. Lindsay Roden is the lead architect. Chris Day from Civil Design Concepts is also here. They've assembled one of the best design teams available in Western North Carolina to transform this project, this valuable, important block in North Asheville and in the city of Asheville. Our vision will transform it in a very positive way from a site that is mostly just quiet, non-public, non-activated, to an activated, vibrant, exciting part of our community that we'll all be proud of for the next 100 years. But I do want to talk, we've already spent some time on it, but I want to show you some pictures so that you understand where we're coming from on these homes. If you would turn to the next slide.
You got it. I'm going to go back out to the other mode. Keep talking. Sorry about that.
Okay, so I described earlier that Dr. Killian came here in the 1970s. Thank you. And he needed an office. He was an eye doctor, and he was the first eye doctor to do laser surgery in Western North Carolina. And he wanted an office that was in an area that was accessible to the Interstate I-240 and not far from the hospital. And he bought the one of these older homes that is kind of right on the line between the orange and the blue there, right on Chestnut. And he added on to it, and it became his office until he passed away tragically in 1998. He also bought up the existing older homes on the site. He bought the Asheville Arms apartment complex that you see there in the bottom right corner, which, by the way, has 56 units. They're in the process of renovating those units and upgrading the building. They're going to replace the roof. They're going to make it look better than it does now, but it is highly functional workforce housing. You can check the rates of the apartments there, and it's very popular, and it's pretty affordable as a result of its age and condition. It was built in the 60s. But he also bought these other 12 homes, 5 along Charlotte Street that I'll show you in a minute, 5 along Baird, and then 2 up on Furman, all of which had already been cut up into smaller apartments. Next slide, please. These are 4 of the 5 homes on Charlotte Street, and from a distance, yes, they are interesting homes, and you can see why they are contributing structures in the National Historic Registry. They're not unique. We have a number of comparable architecture homes that have been preserved all over Asheville, not only North Asheville, but they're interesting. But next slide. But by the time Dr. Killian bought them, you can see on the upper left corner, there are 8 electrical meters on the back of that. That means there's 8 different living units inside there. Next slide. And they're just, functional but aging, older, small apartments with small bathrooms. Next slide. Some of which have fallen into disrepair. And as I mentioned earlier, if you've ever owned an old home, I mean old home, like built in the 20s, you know that you can't just like repaint it. You can't just easily patch it with drywall. It is a major undertaking to maintain older homes like this. It's not for the faint of heart. Next slide. So as we rotate, and by the way, those homes on Charlotte Street, I'm going to show you this later, and Lindsay will talk about it in greater detail. We cannot accomplish what we want to accomplish to create the kind of commercial corridor that Charlotte Street needs and the city needs if we retain those homes. So I'll come back to that. But now we're up on Furman. We're at the top of the site, which is about 60 feet higher than Charlotte Street. And you're looking at these 2 homes. They're both duplex homes. The one on the left, we're proposing to remove that. It's not particularly architecturally interesting. I like the color. It's not a bad house, but we're going to replace it with a 10-unit, 3-story building. It will be of comparable height because the grade drops away. You can kind of see that in the photograph there. And so we'll take 2 homes and we'll create 10. The home on the right, however, it is immediately adjacent to a private home right there on the corner. And it is architecturally interesting. I ran by it today and looked at it more closely. If you look at the side, it's got some neat design features. We want to preserve that. Completely renovate it, just historic, perfect renovation, and then turn it into a duplex home that we will offer for sale to individuals or families, income qualifying at 80% of AMI, just exactly like what I was describing earlier for the 70 Mills Gap Road project. It's a significant give by the developer. They could sell that for probably $1 million once they renovate it, but they're not going to do that. They're going to sell it, and it'll be deed restricted affordable. Next slide. Now these are 2 of the 5 homes on Baird, and I don't have to tell you, there's nothing architecturally interesting about these homes. They're old homes. They may be contributing structures, but they're not historic. And they're not particularly interesting. And candidly, they're also in pretty bad shape. Next slide. Now, this is Dr. Killian's office, his former office. You can see how he added on 2 sections there on the end of the building in order to make it usable as a doctor's office. The original structure itself is of course much smaller. And if you were to do a historic renovation, you'd have to take those off. You'd reduce the square footage, and it would be a very expensive renovation. But I can tell you, we tried hard to figure out how we could use that building in this site. And unfortunately, it just doesn't make sense. We can't do the interior but hidden parking garage. We can't create the live work units that you're going to see here in a minute. We just can't do what we want to do and make it work. And it's just one of the challenges of the site. It's unfortunate because I like this house, but it just can't, everything's a balance. I talked about this earlier. We can't save that, unfortunately, and do what we want to do. Next slide. So where did we get inspiration? Well, you only have to look diagonally across the street at the King James building, and the bakery building, I call it, the chop shop building is the King James building. This urban, cool brick, nice, black iron accents. You see the awning on the chop shop. I mean, these are buildings we're all proud of, and they're vibrant and alive. When I run at lunch, and I run almost every day by this neighborhood, you run by this section and it's vibrant and alive. And you get to the Fuddruckers site, and of course, people are just parking there because they're working on their project. And you look to the right behind, like right where I'm standing, and you see this narrow little sidewalk, and you see a rock wall, and it's just dead. There's nothing happening. And nobody wants to run or walk on that side. I don't run on that side because the sidewalk's too narrow. And so you go over to the other side, and all of a sudden you come to the Taco Temple, and you see what John Atwater has done with that building, and it's vibrant and alive, and people are talking and having fun, even in the midst of of the COVID. They're all wearing masks, but it's active. That's what we want for Charlotte Street. Next slide. We looked to the Living Asheville plan and very specifically the Charlotte Street Neighbors Vision Plan. And it was like the words jumped off the page. This was the vision that the Charlotte Street neighbors said they wanted for their neighborhood. Safe, walkable, vibrant, welcoming to residents of a range of backgrounds, lifestyles, and income levels, that encourages a quality of life that provides equitable access to high quality goods and services. That is my client's vision also. And we've adopted that. And you will see in a minute, it is absolutely incorporated in spades in this project. With that, I will turn it over to Lindsay.
Okay, thanks, Wyatt. And for anyone who doesn't know me, my name is Lindsay Roden, but I've got the whole family's Gmail accounts so that I can see your faces and present. I'm an architect, and like Wyatt said, I've lived and worked and practiced in Asheville for over 15 years. We've got our whole design team. I want to say thank you so much for giving us your energy and attention this evening. We really appreciate it, and it's really my privilege to be able to talk about this project. I invite you to, we hear a lot about potentially the change of what this project can be, but I would invite you to just join me to think about that change can be good and look at this through the lens of all the possibilities that this project will bring to the greater neighborhood, the community, and the city. When we started this project, we had key priorities: a strong sense of place, practical mixed-use development, and a climate-conscious approach. And those have been in our minds the whole time as we've been developing it. And they came, like Wyatt said, from the Living Asheville comp plan on a page. And we also love the fact that this is on the innovation, it's on an innovation corridor. I'm gonna hit my little button there, okay. When we look at the Living Asheville, it's the Appendix E and all the strategies, we really feel like this project checks a lot of those boxes. We recognize, I'm not sure any project can check them all, but we feel really confident that we're heading in the right direction with this. And we know that because we've been focused on the community benefits. This project is a great idea, and I want to hear from Chris Day specifically.
Hello. Good afternoon, good evening. My name is Chris Day. I'm with Civil Design Concepts, a local civil engineer here. I've been in front of this board many times, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight regarding this project. As the civil engineer, this is really my favorite aspect of this project. The picture you see on the right, it is the existing condition. Wyatt made reference to it. While we do see the new bike lane there, what really stands out is this substandard sidewalk on this section of Charlotte Street. You've got it's very tight, and it's got encroachments with signs and utility poles and other things that really make it difficult for two people to even cross. The road diet has been a great improvement to this corridor, but it was limited to the existing right-of-way. This project is donating to the public 13 to 25 feet of real estate along Charlotte Street frontage to improve the multimodal transportation system. This is actually goal number 9 of the Living Asheville comp plan, which is to improve the multimodal transportation system. This cross section is different than what we originally submitted. And it's different than what we showed the neighbors when we first introduced this project. And that's because we've been we've taken this canvas and this donation of public right-of-way, and we've met with Asheville Transit Department, Asheville Transportation, and also Asheville on Bikes. And we've gotten some feedback from them to present what we see here today. Starting from the existing northbound travel lane, heading with the city behind you and heading north, we have introduced a 10-foot transit area. And that 10-foot transit area allows for a 3 to 4 foot buffer from the vehicles and the bike lane. Right now, the bike lane is smaller and it is right up against the travel lane. And so we're creating this 3 to 4 foot buffer, and then furthermore adding width to the bike lane so that it's 6 to 7 feet in total width. Beside that, we've got a curb and a 5-foot amenity landscape strip, and then an 8-foot pedestrian zone. And then beyond the 8-foot pedestrian zone, we have another 5 to 13 feet of public space that goes up to the building facade. These align with Goal 29, which is to enhance the safety of the public realm, and Goal 31, which is to promote general health and wellness. This whole area will be brought down to the Charlotte Street road level, and this requires bringing that down 10 plus feet, because the existing topography that you see there in the right picture we have to drop that whole area down. Lindsay, will you talk more about the mixed use program?
Totally. And another thing I was just thinking about is we worked with city staff. You'll see we've got like a grass strip there versus the trees and grates. And that was a discussion to make sure that we are giving those trees the healthiest foundation they can have. But yes, I'd love to keep talking just about the mixed use program. Inherently, this project is not a single use where it's just apartments. Shannon, you did a great job because this is a big site. We got a couple of things. We actually have an office building on Charlotte Street, and the ground floor is going to have commercial. And when you're walking closer to Charlotte and Baird, for Charlotte and East Chestnut, more retail with apartments above. And you go around East Chestnut, we've got live work units there and a little less commercial. There's for sale homes on this site too. And what does all that mean? It means there's activity at different times of the day, and that it's sort of it's dynamic and unique and well sited. And I'm thrilled about the fact that we have this diverse program. Hit the wrong mouse. Oh my gosh. Okay, another great community benefit is really placemaking and public space. So on the left, this is a rendering of our project. We're kind of standing right behind the chop shop and looking at East Chestnut and Charlotte Street. Normally you just see a corner of a building there, but what we've done is peeled it back, because right now there's an empty private lot, and now this is going to be a public space that's open to everyone. We've been calling it a terrace, kind of using the grade change to our advantage. I see people grabbing an ice cream from a new spot and sitting here, or getting a coffee, or meeting your friend, stretching, and then jogging around the neighborhood. I mean, this is a new hub and place and gateway to North Charlotte. And it's a huge amenity, but it's only a factor of ability to get this conditional zoning so that we can do a project of that scale. Shannon did a great job, so I won't belabor this. Just seeing the circles, right? We know we've got kind of those open public spaces at the corner of Charlotte, but also in our process, when you see the dashed line that's kind of in the middle going west to east, the site is totally open and public. So people who live in a neighborhood can cross through lots of different ways and get to downtown or get to City Bakery. And then where there's a 3 in a circle, we've really widened that to be a 30-foot wide pocket park. It's a vegetal space to buffer from the existing neighbors, but also provide that kind of casual, informal connection to Albemarle that again gets you back into the neighborhood. We have structured parking. We've been really thoughtful to place that into the site and conceal that height-wise from really anywhere around the site. And then within it, kind of doing a double buffering of trees. So you can see the trees around the 3 properties within the block that aren't ours. Lots of trees. And then again, right up against the parking as well, parking structure. So a final community benefit to discuss, and really it's not the community, to me it's the city at large. We're in a housing crisis. We know we need housing. At my core, I know that this type of project where it's a half a mile from downtown, and we have the ability to add 183 residences for people to live close to town, makes more sense. I love it. Then we don't have to clear cut a mountain where we're maybe going to put some suburban apartments that offer no public benefit. You know, that's not like a destination or a place people can go. Multifamily housing, it will be more energy efficient than the existing homes on the site, just by virtue of modern building codes and a density there. So I couldn't be more excited to be a part of this project. But how are we going to do it? And we talked about that at length a little bit, but really want to just hit home that from the beginning, our priority has been open and public space. On the left, this is kind of a traditional approach. It's closed off. It treats every single street like it's the exact same. And that's certainly not the case on Charlotte, Baird, Furman, and the interior, and East Chestnut. It also makes that whole inside courtyard private. We're doing the opposite. We are opening this up and breaking up the footprints so that it can be porous and continuous through the site, not just for the people who choose to live and work here, but the whole neighborhood. Just a few more things to point out, but we can answer questions too. Chris really touched on it. We've made changes along Charlotte Street since TRC to hopefully, make it, we're listening to city staff, we're listening to neighbors as well. The pocket park I mentioned between what I'm calling buildings E and the residences, it's 30 feet wide of vegetation. And we are keeping that existing home on Furman Avenue. We feel like that's kind of helping buffer and providing more compatibility for this site and project. This is zoomed out elevations. It was in your packet, but it's still, if you're looking on a screen, hopefully you can see it. In addition to the footprints, as we've been planning this out, we've always kept height in mind as well. So if you look at that second elevation on the right in gray, that's the Asheville Arms. It's 2 stories at its tallest. Our 5-story building, we're working with the grade. It's not any taller than that. That means all the neighbors up on the hill on Furman still see what they see. And we do go 5 stories. It's really 4 stories right at the front of Charlotte. The 5th story is step back. We are stepping up East Chestnut. Those are live work units. So it has more of a stepping into that residential character. 4 stories and then 3 stories. And it sounds like some of you guys drove around or walked around. There's a lot of multifamily other 3-story structures on East Chestnut. So that feels in keeping. On Baird, again, we've got this hill to work with. So our townhomes are not greater than 40 feet, which is really what you can do in RM8. They're 3-story townhomes, residential in style and nature. And we've got a 4-story and then stepping down to 3-story in our office building on Baird. But again, you kind of see that, hopefully, that dashed line showing the height working with it. This is the blue dashed line that we're in the exhibits too. This is just kind of designating the different existing zoning that we have. Our denser, taller buildings are really in the CB1. And our buildings E and F are really in line with RM8, which allows multifamily. It allows townhomes. So we are coming here for conditional zoning to see if we can do a whole project and allow us to do that. But really the character and style and scale of these projects are in line with the zoning that is in place. And speaking of that, it's been great. We've had 2 community meetings, a website with an insane amount of comments and really getting lots of dialogue and feedback, and other meetings as well. These are structures, multifamily projects in the neighborhood that people have spoke to and said, we love these, we want to save these. It's kind of interesting to note that they would have to come for conditional zoning too, and that the density we're proposing is in line with it, as well as the materiality. And I'd love if you guys hang with me, we're kind of at that plan level, but this project's significant and important, and we're thinking about that context and compatibility. So the Chop Shop is in Charlotte, and the King James is right next to it. We've heard from the neighbors. This is what they'd like to see as a good character for their commercial buildings. So what's maybe along Charlotte Street? What I like about this are the awnings, the brick coming all the way down, black frame metal windows. We've got some balconies, and just kind of a nice warmth and human scale. Even the spacing and proportions of the windows on the upper level indicate residence, and certainly commercial on the ground floor. This is a palette that we're going to be using for our project as well. We're really going to go through that. I think there's a really exciting opportunity to mix traditional and then have some moments where we're using brick in a creative way to make this project have a real sense of place, be rooted in Charlotte Street, not just any building, USA. On the residential scale, looking throughout the neighborhood, we've got horizontal siding, we've got shingle siding, we have some flat roofs, and we have some pitched roofs. Great porches right up the street as well. That's all what we're looking to do, those same materials. So our townhomes are going to have pitched roofs, porches, and residential scale windows as well. Just kind of zooming in, I can talk too long about this stuff, but I think as we keep refining with the finer details, the lighting, the balconies, and then even public art, which we've gotten a lot of good support for. It seems like murals are winning right now, and certainly by a local artist. But as we're studying that, I think it's really important. Those are just 2 graphic painted bricks on Charlotte Street. That's character and what we want to continue to see flourish. And you can say right there, well, that's not River Arts District. That's not West Asheville, South Slope, or Biltmore Village. This is Charlotte Street, and that's what we want. So really just looking, again, just a few images because it's hard to see those giant elevations. This is us standing at the corner of Bayard and Charlotte. So the ground floor of that isn't private. It's going to be open to everyone and have some retail restaurants. This is us backing up, looking south. Bayard that's where the bicycle and that car are. So you can see that's the office building. So it has an office of quality and scale to it. Here we are with King James right beside us. And you can kind of pick up on the material cues. And there you're looking at that open public plaza with the building pulled back. You can see kind of in the brick an opportunity for murals, and hopefully tell that we've got, really will feel like 4 stories along Charlotte Street, which is important to us. And as Wyatt alluded to, we've looked at this density, and this allows us to kind of have an appropriate scale around the entire block versus not. And here is an image of us. You kind of saw a bit of this, but this gives a little bit more context. So the Charlotte is right beside us to the right. We're looking up East Chestnut. You see how the materials will begin to scale up to that residential level as you get into East Chestnut more. And finally, our image of this street. And all I just think about, we're so grateful to present this to you. And I know that the Killian family and RCG, and ourselves, and hopefully everyone who's a part of this sees this as an opportunity to really have this be a transformational project that is bringing great community benefits to it. And so thank you so much for your time. I'll stop screen sharing, but happy to bring anything back up. So thank you.
Questions and comments from the commissioners?
I think it was a great presentation, and thank you for all your time. I like the affordable housing piece. And was that the townhouses or as combined?
So it will. 2 of the 18 will be affordable home ownership, the renovation of that house that I mentioned, and then the remaining 16 will most likely be apartments, affordable apartments to people making 80% of AMI. What's kind of significant about this project, it's the first time I've seen the developer do that without any help from the city. They are finding a way to make that work financially with this challenging site with no Luigi grant, no support whatsoever. And after I talked to them about it and explained how it works, they're willing to accept of those 16, 6 of them as housing vouchers. That'll leave 10 for people that maybe don't qualify for housing vouchers, but still need affordable housing, that income qualify, and they'll be able to have a place to live. And if you think about that, when you add it to the Asheville Arms, the 56 units, you are truly going to have a mixed income, equitable community that we're creating, which simply doesn't exist on that site right now. But thank you for the question. I appreciate it.
I'm going to follow up on that question. Again, thank you for the presentation. That was very good. I'm also concerned about affordable housing or obtainable housing, and I'm glad this has been included in the plan. But my question or concern would be just the time frame. Is that going to like I've seen some affordable housing units designated in certain developments, and that's like a 10-year or 15-year stamp, and then it's over. I mean, I would like to see that it's to continue. I mean, for generations to come, and not just a 1 generation, 2 generation iteration, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, Ms. Faircloth, that's a really good question. With respect to the 2 units that will be sold as affordable, as I explained on the earlier project, that's whatever the city wants it to be, because the city will control that. You know, once my client sells those units, they're actually going to lose money on those, but they're sort of off their balance sheet. And if the city wants to restrict that for 15, 20, 25, it doesn't matter to me. What you're balancing there is whoever buys that wants to be able to build some equity. So you have to build that into the deed, you know, so that they can sell, get their equity and move on. That's the reason, you know, we really want that to be part of this project. It's not easy to do. On the affordable units, the commitment in the B1 conditions will be for 20 years. That's a standard that the city has set. That number, you know, I'm with you. I'd love to see them affordable for 100 years, but when you look at obtaining financing for a project of this magnitude, you know, you got to lay out your pro formas to the bank, and they have to understand how it's all going to work. You know, 20 years just seems to be a number that works, but it doesn't mean that in 20 years after these units are completed, there might not be an opportunity where the city says, you know, we'd really like those to continue. Can you do that? And we work, you know, the owner works with the city to make that continue. Certainly Mountain Housing Opportunities, when they do that, you know, they try to keep those affordable forever. And, you know, we'd like to see that too. It's just hard to make that commitment here as we sit here before we've even broken ground.
I really think the presentation, you know, it's attractive, and I appreciate the attention to the street level, particularly on Charlotte Street. I think that's really dynamic. And what I'm concerned about is that it looks similar to the Ashland project in a lot of ways. And that may be because we're talking about the same company doing the same type of building kind of, but so I don't know if the context is really popping out to me as far as the Charlotte Street neighborhood. And I'm concerned about the height. I know that the buildings, the King James and the Chop Shop was mentioned. Those are definitely shorter buildings. And so some of that is a little bit concerning to me. And then also the historic structures. But I'll let someone else comment.
If I can jump in on that, Ms. Levi, the height, if you just go down a little ways down the street on Chestnut, you'll come to the Commodore building, which is of comparable height, and there are other structures in the area. And remember that the way this site is sloped, it's, you know, the low part, if you will, is on Charlotte Street, and it moves up. So while the height may seem bigger than, and it is bigger than the King James, as you move up to the site, it's actually no higher than the top of the Asheville Arms building. In terms of the design, I think it's, you know, it's a fair question, and we've gotten a lot of feedback from the neighborhood, and the original renderings were more modern. They were, and what we heard from the neighborhood is, no, we want brick, we want black iron, we want something that feels and looks like Charlotte Street. And that's what Lindsay, I think, was trying to articulate when she showed you some examples of architecture that will inform the final design. Because this, you know, these are renderings, and as the folks on this commission that are in the development field can tell you, there's only so much time and money you can spend on your drawings before you've gotten your zoning approval. This is as advanced as any project that I've seen in terms of its level of detail, but believe me, there will be more detail. We understand how important it is for these buildings to be uniquely Charlotte Street, to be architecturally interesting, and I am confident that this team will deliver that.
I want to dive into the housing piece a little bit more. Well, let's just say I have a lot of questions about a lot of things, but let's start with housing. Somewhere in the presentation, and I don't think it got covered, but I did see and thank you for sharing the presentation with us, that it listed that there were 32 for sale units, but I can only count with the row houses and then the 2 affordable 20. So I'm curious as to where the other ones are, or if that 32 number is just incorrect. And then I have some questions just regarding what are those live work units? How are those set up? It appears from the elevations that it's, like a loft space. In other words, it's like a double height space. Is there any consideration of those being at any affordability level? Is there a consideration of those perhaps being for sale units as well? And then just in general, as far as the affordability, and I applaud the fact that the developer is figuring out a way to make this work without taking any Luigi grants or any other assistance. Typically the city has kind of said, city council, and it's certainly something that I have really adopted. It's 20-80-20. It's 20% of the units at 80% AMI for 20 years. That's kind of like, that's the core that we want to see. And so I think it's great. You're shooting for 10%. I think that's great. And did you try to go for 20, even if it meant that it was 10%, like you had to get Luigi for 10%, the extra 10?
So let me take, if I can, I'll take that first, and then I'm going to kick the questions on the units and where they are to Lindsay. But on the affordability question, when we first started meeting on this project in the fall of 2019, the city Luigi grant qualification was 10%. Only 10% of the units had to be 80% of AMI for 20 years, and that's the Luigi grant that we got on the Cox Ashland project that was referenced earlier. The city changed that after we were well underway. And we're in active dialogue with the Affordable Housing Department in the city, with Paul, about whether or not we could perhaps deed restrict a certain number of the Asheville Arms and make them permanently affordable for 20 years, coupled with more of the units that are new. And if you add the 56 to the 180 units, you're getting well over 200 total units. Could we qualify for a Luigi grant at 20% there? And all I can tell you, Mr. Archibald, is those conversations are ongoing. It's pretty challenging financially to make that work. To build a project of this quality and scale is expensive. And I don't know whether we can get there, but we haven't given up. I share your interest and desire in creating as many affordable units as we possibly can. I'll just tell you, we're still working on it. What I know we can do, and we're committed to do as a condition, is the 10%, with the 2 of those being affordable. And again, it is significant without a Luigi grant. Lindsay, you want to take the other question?
Sure. So the 32 for sale, building F is also for sale. So that's 10 units along Furman. Oh yeah, so that is included. And then the live work units, we've got 15 shown right now on East Chestnut, and you're right, you saw it. So we are, we're navigating sort of the grades and access to different levels and the parking structures. So they're a little taller, so they could have that loft feel to them on East Chestnut. We also have some in Building B. Building B is it's a Tetris piece shape. It's an L or a 7. I don't know what you want to call it. So it's kind of in that piece as well, but on that ground floor. So do you want me to pull something up? Let me know.
No, I'm
Okay.
looking at it as well. I did not realize that new building on Furman was going to be for sale. I thought it was just the 134.
Yep. And then the townhomes, row homes.
I
The
saw
live
something
work units
indicated
are
on the.
just
Oh,
rental
sorry.
though.
Go ahead, Joe.
I think we were talking over there. Mr. Archibald asked Lindsay, the live work units will be rentals, not for sale.
Correct.
Yep. And Miss Levi.
Yes, sorry. I saw on the site plan that there was something mentioned about a service road. Could you please point that out on the plan? Or if I missed something, then I apologize.
Chris, do you know what she's talking about?
Ms. Levi, I'm looking, I was trying to pull up the site plan to understand, right now I'm not sure what area may have been, and I'll look at while we're talking. The vehicular access to the site, as was mentioned earlier, we have no vehicular access off of Charlotte, and the primary vehicular access is off of East Chestnut. And so you can come in there, and then we've got let's see here, Lindsay, thank you for pulling that up. There is some internal connectivity of being able to navigate the site.
Yes, and I could pull up the more technical ones if we need to. We have a service road, really where that dash line is. So we've got to get our fire trucks around here, work with planning and zoning. So this it is that. And I think there might be a good point of clarification. The parking garage is accessed from East Chestnut and Baird. And this is, that's not an access point into the deck.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Yeah, thank you.
So that white portion is the service for fire, but it's normally a sidewalk?
Here, all this, in this area?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Jason, our landscape architect's on here too, so speak up, Jason, if you want.
This is Janice Ashley. I just want to clarify. I know Mr. Archibald asked about the number of units. The B1 conditions, it just talks about 181 multifamily units. It clarifies in the affordable conditions which are home ownership and which are rental. But you may want to, for the conditions, just I'm not hearing it clearly. How many are for sale and how many are rental? I don't think it. And you may want to add that to your B1 conditions.
We'll be happy to do that. I mean, the answer is 2 for sale, 16 for rent.
No, that's for the affordable. I meant overall. I thought you were.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Yep. Sorry. We're happy to clarify that.
It might be helpful to add the live work units too.
They're mentioned, but can we just recap? Because we just talked about it, but I couldn't add it all up. You said the ones on Furman, the building. So you have the total of for sale.
So the two that Wyatt just mentioned in the existing home on Furman, building F, which is right next to that existing home, and then the units along Baird.
For a total of
32.
32 for sale units.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's
2 of which are affordable.
18 townhomes on Baird, 2 condominium units in the existing historic structure, and 10 units in the building F. Does that sound right? Okay. So that's 30.
Yeah.
32.
Mm-hmm. We'll figure it out. Yeah.
It's getting late. My math
Yeah, so very
ability starts to
my
like,
cashew snack was not enough.
Yeah, I came up 32 or 30 also. So. Another question about the housing, and again, I saw this when I was viewing through the presentation. It was mentioned that the row houses were going to be built to passive house standards, and that there was also going to be, as far as the construction, and I'm not sure which building, I think it might have been one of either the office building or building, I guess it's building A that's on the corner, was going to be CLT, cross-laminated timber. Is that correct?
We're considering it at this point. I mean, it's like you guys know, it's really early in the phase, but it's been, we're looking at it right now. And it's 20 townhomes. Sorry, I have like people prompting me with cues in the other conference room. 20 townhomes are on Baird, not 18. So we do get to 32. Forgive me for not million.
I have a
And
question.
go ahead. Go ahead.
I have a question about bikes. Since you did add these like bike lanes in there, I didn't see any bike parking. Like, is there bike parking like down in the garage or somewhere like in the common area or somewhere? I'm a biker, so I want to know where I'm going to be putting my bike when I come home.
We do have it. Jason, talk about it and I'll point them out. So we have, this is more of an illustrative plan, but I'll pull up our illustrative plan while you're talking.
We can't hear you, Jason. I'm not sure about the issues with Jason, and start talking over me if you get them worked out, Jason. But I'll say that I think, Lindsay, you made reference, we've got some of them shown. Typically that really gets dialed in at final TRC as we come back. Ken Putnam and Barb Mee in the transportation department. Barb Mee specifically really focuses on making sure that as we add the bicycle parking, we also are putting it in convenient places throughout the project so that it's not just tucked away in a garage somewhere.
Yeah, we have them shown, they're dispersed, and there's 24 spots right now, and I just tried to show my little mouse around it, but it definitely is on the civil and landscape plans as well. So you can, but it's not simple to see right there.
Okay, all right. Thank you, and thank you for adding the bike lanes, and also thank you for the good presentation. I really enjoyed it.
The pictures that you show of the Charlotte Street corridor do not show any utilities. Are you proposing to put those utilities underground?
So we're very fortunate that the three-phase power and the large utilities are on the opposite side of Charlotte Street. I think what we've got is just really some communication lines on our side and some service lines that are running up to serve some of the existing buildings. So we are at this point anticipating, all the stuff interior will be underground fed from a transformer. We have not worked out the details on that, but we're excited about being able to remove some of those existing conflicts out there.
What is your required parking number? I'm not hearing you, Chris.
Yeah, that's I'm looking over here on my screen. We are required to have 367 spaces, and we are proposing 412 when you look at the project holistically.
What is the height of the parking structure?
Lindsay, what is the height of the parking structure?
Yeah, it kind of works with the topography, so it's 4 stories at its tallest.
And then it's supplemented, Mr. Hauser, with the parking numbers that you see there include the parking lots around the Asheville Arms. Those will be improved. Currently, they do not meet city standards, and so we're bringing those up to standard and adding landscaping in there, and so that's the balance of the parking.
And I assume that accessible parking is provided dispersed around the site?
Absolutely.
Was a TIA required for this project?
There was a traffic study required for the project. In fact, it had us analyze 12 different intersections, all the way, we're really only a block and a half from 240. So we had to evaluate the intersections for the on and off ramps at Interstate 240. We had to go all the way down to Charlotte and College Street. And then we went all the way over to Merriman Avenue there at Trader Joe's. So the traffic study, obviously we do have some bringing this density in here, a block and a half up from the interstate does generate more traffic. The vast majority of ours we're coming in off of East Chestnut Street, and we are proposing to widen East Chestnut Street, utilizing more of our property to do so. That will create a left turn lane into our site, but also a left turn lane back towards the interstate. We've got a another turn lane proposed at Baird Street, and some small improvements to the laneage on the off ramp at Interstate 240. So the DOT has that's been reviewed by the City of Asheville and is in the DOT really handles the detailed review of those traffic studies, and they have completed their review and we're finalizing those their final recommendations. But the ones that I mentioned were the mitigation assigned to the project, and those will be completed by the project, by the developer.
Wyatt, when you began your presentation earlier, you kind of condemned, maybe that's the wrong term to use, you kind of indicated that the existing homes that would be removed perhaps only served an affordable housing use for college students, and I wonder how this development would provide for college students.
Well, I think of my own daughter, who's a freshman in Chapel Hill. Although she's remote this year, she'll need housing in the fall. And I think of all of the various apartment complexes around Chapel Hill, there's ample supply of that kind of housing. There will be ample supply of that kind of housing on this site. There isn't in North Asheville. There's a dearth of housing for UNCA students and others. Now, a lot of those are market rate. And unfortunately, college kids sometimes have to bite the bullet, or their parents do, and they have to pay market rate. But certainly students would be open if they can income qualify for any of the affordable units. And, if some of the Asheville Arms open up, Mr. Hauser, of course, we would welcome college students in those units.
And I guess this question is probably more for Ms. Tuck. What does the conditional zone, if it is approved, allow to happen in the future for the Asheville Arms?
Well, the project, the Asheville Arms, is integrated into this conditional zoning. So that's described as an existing 56-unit, two-story building. So it would not be able to be expanded or add a story without amending the conditional zoning ordinance should it be approved. So what you've got is what you got, unless they come back and get the ordinance amended.
I just want to speak on college students and where they live. I feel like I am pretty knowledgeable about this because I have 15 college students that work for me at my company, and they all go to UNCA or AB Tech, and they're always looking for housing. And, the majority of them do pay their own rents. And I do know students who have lived in these houses, and their exact words were, and pardon my language on this, were they're pretty crappy on the inside. So I don't think that that was why I asked in the beginning, was what historical factor has these homes, because from people's perspectives who are actually living in these homes, college students, I don't think that there is that historical factor from people who are paying rent there. So just as Mr. Stevens' point, for college students who are looking for housing, if we're able to provide something better for them at a similar price point, I think that this is a good option for us to look into.
I've got a couple of follow-ups, one to Mr. Hauser's question about parking, and I just want to make sure I understand it correctly. I think, Mr. Day, you're probably the one who can answer this. You mentioned there was, and I don't remember the exact, 400 and something parking spaces. That did or did not include the existing parking with the Asheville Arms?
So yes, let me clarify that. It does include the existing parking. It includes those existing units. So that is factoring in the existing units at the Asheville Arms, the commercial space that was north of 45,000 square feet, as well as the new residential units. And so based upon those numbers, the city kind of has a minimum of 367 and a maximum number of allowed parking spaces of 659, with the all the great features of this project, we really were edging down towards those minimum requirements. And so we're providing 412 is what's proposed on the site plan.
Okay. And then how many are in the deck itself, I guess?
I heard
300.
Yep, thank you.
300, okay.
It's actually, it might be 430 spaces total. I think our math excluded the townhomes. But
Gotcha,
it's
thank you.
in that window. So I appreciate you, Chris, for sharing the broad window of what's available.
Speaking about the row houses over on Baird, how is trash being handled by or for those? And obviously I'm going to assume, I probably shouldn't, but for the 2 buildings on Furman, that would be private residential rollout cans. For the, the larger buildings with the apartments, a dumpster internal. But then as far as the row houses on Baird, how is trash being handled on there?
Who wants to talk trash, guys? I think I can. Those are going to be for sale. So that's, you own it and it'll go to the curb is what I'm thinking. And the owner again is in the other room. So if I said that differently, he'll come let me know. But those are for sale townhouses.
That's typical.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at that and thinking there's 18 more trash cans in a pretty short little space of street.
Joe, you and I can talk about that because I live right behind condos and I feel that too, personally.
One question, this I'm sure still is again another TRC that needs to get fully worked out. There's been some comments and debates about the bus, where the bus stop is and how it has to cross the bike lane and all that kind of stuff. Do you all have anything you want to say about that?
So I'll speak to that. I have met with the transportation department and had a couple different conversations on that. And there's right now once again, I think with this canvas that this project is providing to the public right away, I'm not the city transit and transportation may change their mind, but what we're anticipating right now and what we've kind of discussed and worked out with Asheville on Bikes is keeping the bike lane right up against the curb. So we've got the pedestrian zone, the landscape amenity, the curb, and then we've got the bike lane. And then we have and then we've got that buffer. So the transit would actually stay, based on my meetings with the city, the transit prefers to stay in the travel lane so that they don't have to get back into the travel lane once they've picked up riders. And so at that point, when the bus doors open, that bike buffer between the vehicles and the bike lane kind of helps keep that door swing space right there. And then as transit riders they will have to look both ways to make sure there's no one in the bike lane to cross from the sidewalk over and get on the bus. So we felt like with this transit area and this multimodal, that was the cleanest and easiest way to provide that space and program that space. That's the current thoughts.
Thanks, Mr. Day. I've got one question. I know Shannon's going to be the best to answer this, and it has to do with what would be allowed by right given the current zoning. You talked about obviously, it's CB1. We're talking about and for that part, the part that fronts Charlotte Street, we've got the Charlotte Street transition overlay, which has some certain restrictions as far as the design, the look of the buildings. There's height restrictions for CB1 and also for the transition overlay. I think it's 40 feet. There's size restrictions, square foot restrictions. And then on the parcels on the back, there's the RM8, which allows, again, multifamily. RM16 allows more dense multifamily. So, some of what is happening, certainly on the backside, what's being proposed on, I'm still calling it 134 and 132 Furman, but those are within keeping for the existing zoning. And even the row houses are certainly could be allowed by right currently. It's really mostly the front buildings where it's a matter of larger square footage, larger footprint, and higher allowable heights. Is that really, is that a correct assessment, I guess?
It is, with a caveat. So the CB1 and the Charlotte Street transition overlay are somewhat similar, and I don't think that's an accident. That they, by right, it limits the footprint of an individual structure to no more than 6,000 square feet and 12,000 square feet total. So it's imagining a maximum 2-story. There are some built-in bonuses to the Charlotte Street transition overlay that allows you to increase the square footage by up to 75% if you incorporate certain design features. So that would allow you to increase the structure size to about 21,000 square feet, somewhere in there. Now you have that 2-story maximum. Maybe there could be, I don't think you get a story bonus. I think it's just square footage bonus. But the height is 40 feet. So it's imagining some flexibility with taller ground level, maybe a shorter upper story, I'm not sure, but it gives you a little bit of flexibility, or a foundation with a ground level with a second story. So the maximum height is 40 feet. Same with the residential, the RM zoning in the rear, that's also a maximum of 40 feet. Of course, you limit the uses. That's strictly residential in the RM, whereas on the CB1, you can have a mix of commercial and residential together. I think it's appropriate. I should acknowledge that our comprehensive plan does call for more intense, higher density uses along certain corridors, and in North Asheville, Charlotte Street is one of those corridors that's called out. So some people may view that as sort of an inconsistency between the comprehensive plan and some of the zoning requirements. So that's where the conditional zoning application process is really valuable, because it allows you to look at these on a case-by-case basis. It allows you to really examine the context to try to kind of come up with something that meets those goals, but is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood context. Does that answer your question?
It does. That's what I was looking for. One comment, I think, or at least I don't know if it's a clarification on the height. I know it says that it's 40 feet, and I was out there today looking at the property, and that's typically from the ground. And if you were to think about the way those houses sit right now, those houses are anywhere between, the backside is pretty much almost at grade, and the front, like the porches that face Charlotte Street are, 4 or 5 feet above, and then you've got 2 stories and you have a roof. Right now, those houses, if you were to stand at Charlotte Street and measure a tape measure up, the peak of the roof is probably 35, 40 feet, somewhere in that range. And I know that Mr. Stevens and Miss Roden, mentioned like the Commodore, that's a 4-story, that's probably pushing more like 50 feet in height. So, I guess I'm just thinking about it as far as context, like this building is, if I'm reading correctly, the elevation's between 55 and 60 again from that Charlotte Street level to the highest point. So,
right.
We're talking like an additional 15 from what is even there right now, perhaps.
Right. So I think that's where context really becomes very important, because a 4 or 5 store building that is dropped down to the level of Charlotte Street will have less visual impact than a 4 or 5 story building that sits up on the hill where those existing houses sit today. So obviously, so that's why a site-specific development plan is an appropriate way to look at a large project like this.
That was
I
a
have
great
question.
explanation.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah,
I was going to clarify.
You mind if I just jump in on that real quick?
Oh, please.
So, Mr. Archibald, if you want to see the kind of construction that happens with the current zoning, not the expansion district that we're asking for, you just got to look right across the street at the UBS building. It's fully compliant, 2-story, uninteresting, right on the street. dead building. And I mean, my clients looked at that. They crunched the numbers. You could do a 2-story CVS by right without ever going to city council. You could make profitable use under the existing zoning, but what you can't do is create the kind of density that we think this site calls for if you cap it out at 40 feet, or if you stop the footprint at 10,000 feet. So I really, Shannon, I appreciate your comments, because it's kind of it's a complex notion, but if you think about how long that zoning has been in place and how frankly little has happened on Charlotte Street, you see that the current zoning doesn't work. It doesn't inspire. And so that's one of the frankly great things about the conditional zoning, is that it enables us to do something that is visionary and transformational.
And I'll just clarify one other item. Mr. Archibald, you made reference to the height of those existing structures along Charlotte Street. And then additionally, they're sitting, because of the topography out there, they're sitting another 10 feet up. So we're getting up there into somewhat comparable heights.
I think the the elevations that were included in the packets are very helpful. There's a second set of elevations that show the project in context with some of the surrounding buildings on that same block. So you can kind of see how the heights, the grade climbs as you head back into the neighborhood. So like the houses that are across the street on Furman are not only higher just because of the natural grade, but then they actually sit a little bit higher than those on Furman, the ones opposite and that are in this project site on Furman. So I appreciate that the design team put those elevations together, because I think it does a good job of illustrating the context of height with this project.
Can I jump in before I get a technical difficulty? I'm sorry. I'm operating on power on battery power up here. We've lost electricity on our ridge. So network and battery, not a great thing. So let me jump in real quick and ask a question about the ground floor retail space as you envision it. Could you give me some idea of what kind of square footages you're looking at along the ground floor to activate those spaces?
Sure. So, I mean, right now it's a 60-foot deep bay, and it can get broken up to as much as it wants. And it is getting late, guys. So I think it's 20,000 square feet of commercial. And I'll look at my phone if I'm incorrect. Chris, you've got all our stats in front of us. And that's on Charlotte Street on the two buildings that we call A and D. Does that help a little bit? So it would have the storefront, glazing, be dynamic, but it's kind of, it's a little early to sort of talk about the least where the.
I realize that, yeah. I just wanted to make a point, but for local businesses, it's much more affordable for them to have smaller spaces. And as you go forward, if you would consider that, if you were able to get through this conditional zoning, if you would consider smaller spaces, because larger spaces tend to need larger firms, national firms, so forth. And I really would like to see more incentives for local companies, local firms to be able to come into your building and activate those spaces. Thank you.
No, that's great. And just to clarify, I think the depth is a good kind of operating depth, but it's kind of a blank, to use Chris's word, canvas at this point of how that gets subdivided. But
yeah, it's very similar to flex retail that you see elsewhere. They have the ability with the spacing of the doors to really divide those into, a bay of 20 feet wide, 25 feet wide, or maybe someone else bigger comes in a restaurant and they want 2 bays, and it gives that flexibility and that depth being only 60 feet kind of is a really good depth, that it doesn't get too much and too big for folks on
right. And the 15 live work units will also, that might be a great opportunity for a smaller business as well.
Well, and thanks for the lead in, Ms. Roden. That's kind of going back to the comment I asked earlier about if there were any of the live work units that would be for sale, because I think that would be in a way, a great way to like help small local businesses. You know, there are lots and lots, even more now, you know, kind of solopreneurs, you know, one person working from home, and it could be a great way that they could have that kind of storefront, or at least a place where they could meet with people, but also live and kind of have rent that, you know, they're not paying double rent.
Yeah, I think I'm taking that down as a note because I love it, but I'm not the spreadsheet person at the end of the day with it. So, but it's a great point.
Additional comments or questions from commissioners?
I just want to make one comment before we open up for public hearing or public comment. I know, Mr. Hauser, you mentioned this way back at the beginning of our meeting. You know, we did receive a lot of public comment about this. It was public comment that was submitted through the portal. It was public comment that was emailed directly to Mr. Hauser. I can say that we got all of that, and I looked at every single piece of public comment. It was seen, it was heard. Your comments are being heard. So
I will add to that a significant factor that a lot of folks mentioned was historical context or historical aspect to this development. And I have in front of me the 1913 and the 1917 Sanborn maps. And I guess the first question I would ask is, whose history are we trying to preserve by keeping these 13 buildings? Because they don't show up on either the 1913 or the 1917 Sanborn map. And the property that's currently on this project as a parking lot was called the Oakwood Boarding House in 1913. And by 1917, it had become an Oakhurst Girls' School. And the property where the 56-unit apartment is was a boarding house in 1913. And by 1917, they had added a Henry, and they had eliminated their servants' quarters, which is troublesome.
well, we don't even want to get into the racial equity map then, Mr. Hauser.
I have to point out, too, that a lot of the comments that we received were from people who have recently moved to Asheville and want to keep it the way it is. And that seems just a little bit hypocritical to me. Because we have room for you, and now we've got no room for anybody else. We live in a very popular place that a lot of people want to be here, and it's getting very cost prohibitive to live here for a lot of different reasons. And one of those is because we don't have enough housing here, and we don't have enough affordable. And I think that the goal of 20% is much more attractive to me than 10. If there are no other comments from commissioners, I think we will take a 10-minute break before we open for public comment. Seeing none, it is currently 8:50. We will open for public comment after a couple of comments, just after 9 o'clock. Thanks, everyone.
Chairman.
Thank you for the presentation.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. It was great information and great.
Well, thank you all for staying in there with us this long. We really appreciate it. It's an important project, and we appreciate your time.
Oh, Mr. Stevens, I think we have like another hour and a half to break our record, so we're good.
Hey, Lindsay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I can finally hear you, Jason.
Okay, I think I've resolved my
Okay, good.
issue.
I'm going to step out for a
Thanks.
second and get some more water, but see you in 10.
All right. All right.
It's 9 o'clock. Time to take the sports coat off. Yeah. Phew.
It's been a long evening.
Yeah.
And it ain't over yet.
No. This is the fun part, I guess.
I think our record, Tony, do you remember it was like 10 or 10:30?
I don't recall.
It wasn't even a year ago. It was like
Gosh.
July.
11:30.
What?
Okay.
My record.
It was late.
Wow.
It was really late.
Well,
Was that the flat?
before this commission, I had a hearing that went to 11:30.
I think we had 5 things on the agenda, including the hotel.
Oh.
The first review.
Hmm.
We'll go about another minute or so and then start up.
So just to make certain, Marie, you do want me to keep track of time and just tell you when the 3 minutes are up, correct?
Yeah, I think you're gonna let me know and then somehow let the caller know, and then I will handle it on this end. Is that right, Shannon?
Maybe he'll say 3 minutes. And if they're literally like, just use your judgment. If they're like, okay, thank you. Like maybe give them a few extra seconds to try to wrap it up.
Okay.
You don't have to be like, so.
I will do my very best to do this.
Great.
You taking all calls?
Okay, we're at 9:01. So I want to reiterate a comment that I made before we open for public comment, that infrastructure improvements are a requirement of the UDO. If you have concerns and you've called in to talk about water or sewer or stormwater or parking or traffic, those are items that are covered by the UDO and are requirements. So they are not a rationale for opposing this project. If the developer or property owner has met those requirements in accordance with the UDO, that's what has been asked of them, and they have done it.
Tony, I'm sorry, I have to correct that. If they're requesting a change to those standards, though, then they are appropriate for comment.
Correct.
Conditional zoning. So just if there's something that you've just said that they're asking for a change to it, then that could be comment.
Or to mitigate certain impacts. I mean, that it's not common, but it can be looked at that way.
In this particular case, if the sewer has to be upgraded in order to accommodate the project, they've committed to upgrading the sewer.
Tony, I just wanted to say that I also read all of the comments that you sent to me as well.
Thank you.
We all have.
So the public will have 3 minutes per person. And as usual, we would request that you would speak to pertinent information that has not already been covered by a previous commenter. And I'll read this script one more time. In addition to the pre-recorded and/or emailed information, we will be taking live public comments for up to an hour. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes for public comment. Staff will connect live calls from our speaker queue for informal discussion and public comment. Callers, if you are on the line and wish to provide live comments, please enter the speaker queue by pushing *3. Callers will hear an automated message letting them know they are unmuted and live in the meeting. The caller may begin speaking after the automated message. Please state your name. If the caller accidentally drops out of the speaker queue, they can just redial the number and meeting code and press *3 to rejoin the speaker queue. And with that, we will open for public comment at 9:04.
All right, Mr. Chair, I'm going to put the first caller through.
Do we have somebody on the line? Are they muted?
They're unmuted, but they have been waiting, it says 4 hours.
We've all been here that long.
That another member of the public's been trying to call, but there appears to be some technical problems on our
Shannon,
end.
they say it says when they call in, it keeps saying that public comments are not being accepted for a February meeting of City Council. And she said she used the same code from earlier tonight, but now it's not working for some reason.
Okay, I'll contact our tech.
I will try another caller. I'm just going to mute this line. I'm not going to disconnect them. So since they've been in there so long, is that all right? And just try another one?
Sure, let's test this out.
Marie, we can't hear you speaking, Marie. I can't hear her.
I can hear Marie.
I think there's a lag between the sound and the video.
Yeah.
Shannon, do you think maybe there was did the broadcast timeout or something like has happened with HRC before maybe, or?
It shouldn't. I don't think OBS times out, and Marie already reconnected the conference bridge for public input, so it
Okay.
should be okay.
There should be another caller on there right now.
Oh, I don't hear Marie now. I see her talking, but I don't hear her now.
And I hear her, but I don't see her mouth moving. It's strange.
There's a lag. She caught it from Chris Day, I think.
Everybody's computer is tired.
You know, this is unusual because we received public comment earlier when we had those callers who were calling about this project, but came in during the previous meeting. So I'm going to mute myself. I'm going to try to call, see if we can figure this out.
Can you hear me right now?
I can.
Yes.
What I'm wondering is, could it be, oh, did I lose Shannon? Shannon? I'm just wondering, could it be where I had to reconnect the bridge, these callers that were in the first bridge, trying to pull them through to the second bridge?
Oh.
So I'm going to go ahead and try and connect a caller that was not from the previous bridge.
That might be a good idea. Try that.
I am so sorry.
I just tried calling in and it said it couldn't be completed.
Well, seeing no public input, we'll close public, just joking, folks. We're trying to get this resolved, and bear with us. We've all been here a long time, and we are obligated to be here for longer. So just please bear with us. I've also received an email from someone who said that the call-in is not working. I just received another interesting email that said that one of the listeners can hear the caller talking, but we can't.
So the people on the line waiting can hear the caller, or listening to the meeting can hear the person.
Apparently.
When I just tried to call, it said I was calling for city council when I entered the planning and zoning code. Okay, I think I fixed it. I'll try this again, but it looks like we're missing a couple people. So perhaps if it works, we'll just have to ask them to pause. There should be a caller on the line that's waited a very long time.
Marie, they're saying that we've probably exceeded the preset time frame for a meeting. So you have to go into public input, go to the meeting setup page, and change the start time at 5, end time at 9, and change it. Oh, you did.
I just did, and I got through, and we should have somebody able, because as soon as I did that and I called in, it went through. I think we've done it.
Okay.
I hope.
All right.
That's exactly what I thought as well. And I'm trying to bring in a caller right now. And it just says, please wait.
Sarah and Beth said that once you reset it, it should work.
It shows that there is a caller connected with an 804 area code.
Do you want to try the most recent caller and then maybe work our way back?
It's transcribing this person as if they're talking. I'm going to go back in there. I will do that. I'm going to go back in there and see if I need to reconnect that Google Meet.
Shannon, do you think it has anything to do with the fact that Marie's letting them in, but she's got a delay on her end? If we try to, both of us are in the office. If we try to let the calls in from the office,
Yeah, that's a thought. I could try. Let me try to get into public input.
One of my clients just texted me and said that there's a neighbor that was talking just a few moments ago. She could hear him. Obviously, we couldn't. So there's something about our little Zoom view here that's not letting these folks in.
Okay, I'm trying to bring somebody in right now. I'm getting a please wait signal or message.
Shannon, this is Ashley. Just letting you know I'm on trying to troubleshoot.
Thank you, Ashley. Sarah Caller, 815-979-9048.
Shannon, I'm gonna try to bring a caller in. Stand by. Shannon, I found the problem. The public input conference lines has somehow been muted in our Google, in the Google meeting. Stand by.
Can you hear me?
Caller can, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm the 815 number. Am I up?
Yes, you are.
Great. Okay, so I am, my name is Deb Karish, and I live on Von Rook Court. I live a few blocks from the project, but both of the access streets that I take to and from my home are on either side of this project, so I would be going past it every day. And my comments are that we've been very involved in the process. We've had really great communication with the owners and the developers, and they've been extremely responsive to our ideas about materials and colors and structural things, and about safety. And I really feel that it addresses some things that they haven't even represented in their list of all the things that they touch on, which is I really feel that they do promote the small business and maker economy through those live work spaces. I believe that they promote social equity and economic mobility through those live work spaces. I think that their affordable housing is significant, especially in this neighborhood, because properties in this neighborhood are very expensive. And I am excited about the project. I think it's going to add a lot to our neighborhood. I feel like the way that they are dealing with the elevation changes and the setbacks at Charlotte Street, where the building, the part of the building that's right on Charlotte, will be only 4 stories and set back to 5 behind that. I think those are all good. So I really feel that, while a lot of folks have a lot of negative things to say about the project, I think that they haven't really studied the project the way that I have. And I don't think that those negative comments have been particularly useful. I don't think that those houses should remain that are on Charlotte Street. I think they need to go. They've been an eyesore the entire time I've lived here, which has been since 2012. And I just, I feel like they could have torn down those houses at any time. And, I would rather see this project than a CVS. That is my comment. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Public comment began at 9:22. Do we have another caller?
Yes, we have another caller. They should be through now. We should have a caller with a 423 area code.
Hey, that's me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
No way. Goodness. Y'all did a good job. All right. So my name is Meg Jameson. I also live on Von Ruck Terrace. I've lived here since 2008. Lived in Asheville since 2006. I'm also calling because I also support this project. And I support it for a number of reasons, but several of them tie directly to the plan on a page that I helped write with several of my neighbors. And I actually think this project would be a huge asset to our neighborhood and set a really positive precedent for development along the corridor. I think the project provides opportunities to encourage our local businesses to find homes in our neighborhood. And what our plan on a page really stresses is that we want businesses and we seek businesses that will really serve our neighbors, not just tourists. The project provides a really engaged street level, which is also in our plan on a page, one that is welcoming. And that's something that's specifically important, especially as we talk about the maintenance of pedestrian and bicycle safety, which we have long sought after, especially with the road diet. It adds diversity to our neighborhood and more housing opportunities that have been expressed already, but we all know that our community so desperately needs them. And I personally think that it transitions very nicely into our neighborhood. I think it goes toward the questions in the context of historic preservation and how it's all weighted. I mean, it's also subjective. Technically, I want to clarify something. The Asheville Arms was actually built in 1967. Most of the homes in my neighborhood were built in the early 1960s. They're all, at this point, over 50 years old. So why are we not contributing toward those historic designations that you're speaking of? It all is so ever-changing, and we must really respect where we're going as a community to understand how we paint the future so that when our children are older, they can look back and say that we were a welcoming community, one that did not push people away just because we're afraid of change, and one that really rolls and recognizes the times that we're living in today. We need housing. We need places for locals to start businesses. We need recovery. We've been in a COVID-19 lockdown for a year and a half. Our world is different now. Our neighbors love the local businesses that exist and that have been able to hang on throughout this very stressful time. And we want to support more local businesses and more community members and welcome new neighbors instead of turn them away. I'm ready to do that, and I'm looking forward to it. I think this is a great project, and I support it. And that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have another caller with area code 404.
Another caller with area code 404. Hello, this is Susan. With area code 404. Hello, this is Susan. Area code 404. Hello, this is Susan.
Hold on, please.
Hello, this is Susan.
Hold on, please.
Caller, is it possible for you to turn off your audio on your computer? Are you there? Mr. Chair, she has disconnected. I will put another caller through.
It's worth stating that if you have a computer on or a sound system or something that's repeating the sound from the meeting, it's going to cause feedback.
Hello?
And you need to turn that off.
Hello?
Please state your name.
Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me? My name is Benji Burrell. I live in the Charlotte Street neighborhood. I consider myself a person who cares a lot about both my neighbors currently and in the future, as well as the folks that did live here previously. I've lived in the neighborhood, and I'm just a few blocks away, a block and a half maybe from the proposed development, and I would pass it going out of the neighborhood to go anywhere other than just right down the street to some neighbors. And I've thought long and hard about this development, and initially was against it. We were not given very much information up front. And then there was some early campaigning by those who were against the project that, from my perspective, seemed misleading in terms of the way that they were explaining what this was going to do and look like in our neighborhood. And, you know, being fearful that tearing down the homes was going to be catastrophic in some way to the neighborhood. But I have to say, and I'm just going to be blunt here, you know, I'm not, although I love historical preservation, I don't always think that saving rich dead people's houses is necessarily what our neighborhood needs. It's not what our kids need. The fact that those houses still on the Charlotte Street frontage, you know, are old and could be repaired. You know, the children of my neighbors are not going to grow up being proud that that house was kept. They're going to be proud if they get their first job right down the street. And the way they're going to get their first job right down the street is to have a business and provide spaces for businesses and people who are patronizing those businesses to sustain them. I think it's important for everybody in the commission to drive down Charlotte Street and have a look at the small little strip mall style buildings that are there, and just think back, if you've been here a while, think about what businesses have been there. It's very difficult for a business to survive on Charlotte Street. There's very little parking associated with any of the commercial spaces. I'm thinking of the Waterbird, for example. If anybody's been there, that only has 4 spaces, and they share them with the ice cream shop. It's very difficult to turn and burn to have customers to pay the rent on spaces like that. So I just see our neighborhood moving forward, being close to downtown and being part of a city. We just can't ignore the fact that we're so close to downtown. And we love going downtown. It's one of the amenities of living in a neighborhood. And I think just expanding our neighborhood with mixed use development, adding infill and bringing in more neighbors is just fine, because they're not going to stop coming to Asheville. We spend millions of dollars a year through the Tourism Development Authority to bring those people here. And lo and behold, when they come here, they say, man, we love it so much, we kind of want to move here. I will close with a note with a comment that my wife and I and all of our neighbors have spent the last year and a half walking the neighborhood, talking with neighbors. We held 2 community meetings through Zoom and we've been communicating with the developers. We've been sending as much information we can to the city and asking questions. In that process, I learned a lot I read all the regulations and the zoning for the Charlotte Street corridor. I came to conclude that this was a good project for the community. And in those walking in the neighborhoods, in the community meetings, not everybody said they liked it, but I would say anecdotally that far more than 50% of the people that I talked to said they were cautiously optimistic about the project and looked forward to having something closer to the house that they can walk down and enjoy, where maybe a restaurant, maybe a small grocery store, something like that. Bringing those things to our neighborhood is going to make our neighborhood better. It's not going to make our neighborhood worse. So thank you so much for your time and patience and everybody's commitment to making our community better through the volunteer commission and everyone else. Yep.
Next caller.
Hello, can anybody hear me?
Yes, please state your name.
Hey folks, my name is Maggie Ullman and I live at 260 Hillside. And I fully support this project for 4 reasons. First, I want more businesses in my neighborhood. And currently the considered 6.5 acres has no commercial shops or stores. Secondly, I want more neighbors. And the residential density of this project will do that. My third reason is that I want my neighborhood to offer more housing options to people of all incomes. This project will provide more affordable units than the single structures that are currently on the site. Lastly, I want a safer Charlotte Street to walk, bike, and catch the bus from. This project will improve safety with wider sidewalks, improvements to the bike lane, and transit stops. Lastly, I need to address a concern about this project that I do have. There's been a large call to stop this project, and I understand the intent to preserve historic buildings, but intent isn't good enough for me. I'm interested in the impact. And the impact of preserving these buildings that I foresee, due to their current state of disrepair, is that they'll be torn down or renovated. In either case, I can't figure the math for how those structures would continue to offer housing that is accessible for neighbors of all incomes. I believe people are more important than buildings. And right now, we don't have a historic building crisis. We have a housing crisis. In conclusion, I support this project as a neighbor for more neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Hello? Hello?
Hi, please state your name.
Hi, my name is Karen Ramshaw. I'm a small business owner in Asheville. I moved here in 1967 with my family, and there have been a lot of changes because we're a city, not a museum. And no one likes change. And this is a lot of change for this neighborhood, but I think we need to look at what's best for the city. These kinds of meetings draw developers, city staff, and neighbors together. But the decisions made in rooms like these affect so many more people who aren't at the table. Asheville's growing. We have a housing shortage here, and it's getting worse. When there's a shortage, competition is fierce and rents go up, making it even harder for those at the bottom to find a home. I talked to friends who manage residential properties last week, and vacancies locally are currently less than 1%. Home prices continue to rise as well, and more families are priced out of our market. Our city council declared a climate emergency last year, and many of us are concerned about climate change in the environment. But neighbors fight to save the trees they see and don't seem to understand that many more will be taken down to expand roads, to build developments further out. Neighborhoods who successfully fight infill and force development to the outskirts that are not served by transit and where nothing is walkable put more people in cars for more vehicle miles traveled while they continue to enjoy the luxury of multimodal options and short commutes. But you don't get your own air or your own climate, and what you can't see can hurt you. Asheville isn't special. Lack of affordable housing, the environmental effects of sprawl, and the societal cost of inequity are national problems. NIMBYism is pervasive. We know that denser mixed income development in walkable neighborhoods is good for community, enhances equity, and is better for the environment. But while many of us don't want sprawl, we want comprehensive transit, we want more affordable housing, and we want a more just and equitable community, we also want it to happen somewhere else. There are not many parcels near the city center that can be assembled to provide the mix of housing and retail that this project does. This development creates an additional 160 homes, which includes 10% affordable in a walkable community on the transit line close to jobs, grocery stores, and cultural opportunities. Some would prefer to see 13 lovingly restored homes for wealthy families, further isolating the neighborhood from growth and change. But is this the right thing for Asheville? In January of 2016, Council created a 20-year vision for our city, which included the statement, cultural diversity and social and economic equity are evident in all that we do. In all that we do, we have got to stop talking and start doing. Please support the conditional zoning requested by the 101 Charlotte Street project. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Hello, this is Benji Burrell again. I'm so sorry, but I forgot to mention there's an important set of survey results that need to be addressed.
Mr. Burrell, I think that we need to allow others to speak.
The survey was done by the Asheville City Planning Department.
We need to allow others to speak. I'm sorry.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hi, please state your name.
Hi, this is Kate Ryba. I live at 10 Moore Avenue in West Asheville, and I'd like to speak on behalf and in favor of this project. As a professional urban planner and as a resident of 7 years of Asheville, I'm deeply concerned about the housing crisis in our city. This project creates 18 brand new deed-restricted affordable units, and the existing 21 units that are on the site are not deed-restricted and are in aging buildings that will likely need costly maintenance. Saying no to projects like this one means saying yes to people of higher wealth buying up homes in my neighborhood of West Asheville, in Shiloh, in Oakley, and in other neighborhoods across the county, pushing up prices. The folks that are opposed to this project live in the highest per capita income census tract in our city. How many new affordable housing units have been built in the Charlotte Street Grove Park neighborhood in the past 10 or 20 years? How many new multifamily units have been constructed in this neighborhood in the past 10 years? I would venture to say this number is zero. I see this as economic segregation. You can call it nothing else. According to the City of Asheville's 2019 Bowen Housing Study, the city needs 2,400 moderate market rate and upscale market rate rental housing to be built between 2019 and 2024, not to mention the 4,000 affordable and low-income housing units needed. This project would only be a drop in the bucket towards that goal. If not here, then where? Every neighborhood in our city needs more multifamily housing projects. The city needs to support and shepherd projects like this one through their process and not find reasons in a plan written in 1999 to turn them down. Our city is not trapped in amber. It has to change. A recent Citizens Times article cited that the City of Asheville School District has purchased rental housing for teachers just so they can afford to live near their jobs. This is absurd. The city is playing a game of checkers when the real estate market is playing chess. There are homes in my neighborhood that are being sold over $50K over asking price. I humbly ask you to address this crisis and approve projects like this one that contribute to vibrant, mixed-use, walkable areas so that everyone can participate in our economy and have a livable place to call home. Please work with this developer to make it happen and then do it another 10 times. And then we'll still need 5,000 more units after that. The time is now. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller.
Hi,
State your name, please.
Mark DeVergis. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much for everyone's time tonight, Chair, Commissioners. I had the pleasure of growing up here in Asheville. My young family and I live at the top end of Baird Street. And I look at projects like this as really needing to highlight three things that hit home for me. One, accessibility. The existing converted homes are not accessible. If you look at those inside pictures, there's no way to make them accessible for those with disabilities, narrow hallways, stairwells. It doesn't address that. And this new project would. Equity, as many of the prior callers also pointed out, this is a neighborhood historically of older, affluent white folks. We need to be mindful of that as to what history, whose history would we be encapsulating? What history do we want to be known for moving forward? And as a chair of the Plan on a Page, actually for the Grove Park Neighborhood Association, a lot of the points that this project touches on that they wanted for the Charlotte Street corridor, and then you hear from some of my other neighbors that pointed out for this Charlotte Street corridor, this project hits on so many of those aspects that while it may not check the boxes, as Ms. Tuck had pointed out, for our dated guidelines, it hits the spirit and desire and need for our community and where we want to go. And third, it addresses not only that missing middle of housing, but if you take note of those row houses, those townhomes on Baird Street, what I especially love about this project is that it locks in that Baird Street remains more of a residential community than what would likely happen if those homes were to be renovated. Cost-wise, the more likely scenario is that they're either going to be extremely overpriced single-family million-dollar homes, as has been referenced, or what I feel, and has been referenced by the Preservation Society, to treat our neighborhood like Biltmore Village. That caters for that same demographic of older, affluent white folks, that's not the vision that our neighborhood wants. We want this vibrant, accessible, equity-driven, active neighborhood. And this project meets so many of those aspects and really drives home the vision for what I hope my generation wants and needs for Asheville and what I see for my kids and their first jobs, where we can go to shop, being able to bike, walk, roll, however we need to get to places. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next caller.
Hello, my name is Bob Songrath, and I live at 33 Baird Street, directly adjacent to the property slated for development. You mentioned preserving the house on Furman to provide a buffer with the existing structure. Why not consider doing the same on Baird Street next to 33 at my house? I disagree with Mr. Hyatt regarding the house at 25 Baird being uninteresting. It is essentially the same as the house I live in, which I've lived in for 14 years. It's just been covered in aluminum siding, and makes me think that the wood siding could still be intact. The wraparound porch was closed in to add another room. And one question I have is that a public access to the common area on Baird Street next to my property? I couldn't figure that out from your drawing. And also, I would like to go on record as being against this project as it is presented tonight, and because of all the reasons that were mentioned in the P&Z staff report of April 30th. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions that are presented during the public comment will be answered after public comment. Next caller, please.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello,
Yes, please state your name.
my name is Kiki Osteen Cochran. I live on Albemarle Road, below Albemarle Place at Von Ruck, and I am within 400 feet of the development. My family has owned my bungalow for over 80 years. I was born in it and retired back to it 12 years ago. I can answer a question that was asked before the break about whose history are we trying to preserve. These streetcar suburbs would not be on the Sanborn map because they weren't built until between about 1924 and 1927. And streetcar suburbs are conserved all over the country. They are historical. It was a new concept in the arts and crafts era. It was to bring socioeconomic levels together in one place in reaction to the golden age and the elitism extent in neighborhoods that were being developed. So this is a streetcar suburb. Baird Street, I don't find them uninteresting. There's a Dutch Revival home several down from Mr. Sondergraf, and Dr. Killian's home himself, which is in the upper central part of the block, is a Richard Sharp Smith home, who was a prominent architect and designed, for instance, St. Mary's and many other things around here. I am a preservationist, yes. I do want to see hardy development on Charlotte Street. The Preservation Society with volunteers has drawn up a lovely potential, possibility where the homes on that front Charlotte Street are saved and built onto the back sub and broken up into apartments. So, the idea that they would only be for rich people, I don't think that dog hunts, but that is, to me, very important that we keep our historic areas. And as I've pointed out in my letters, most cities who have done that, the tourism that they have, which is vibrant, can bring in maybe even more income than the property tax that might help the city in these cases. Now, that's all I have to say about that. But I also have a question I want to, or maybe it's just a comment, I want to say I really appreciate the reassurance that all 75 emails were read. And the comment was made earlier that only a small percent of the city, that those 75 emails only represented a small percent of the city. On the other hand, I heard, I'm pretty sure in the last P&Z meeting that, and I'm asking if this is true, that only people that were within 200 to 300 yards of the development would have standing. I don't think that's official. I think it's unofficial, but I did hear it with Charlotte Street letters being cited as an example. This affects much more than just the people within the blocks adjacent. And I'm not going to talk, I'm really not talking about traffic per se, but the DOT report that I read did say the traffic impact
was reasonable because it was only be between 20 and 22 cars during the peak hours. That must have been prorated over several hours. But at the same time, the report then discussed the necessity of enlarging the exit lanes, entry and exit, due to the traffic. And those two statements are not. Okay, I'm very close to finished. Another few seconds. And also, the entry and exit is going to be a big expense to handle traffic that's only supposed to be 20 to 22 cars, and it doesn't even consider the new proposal at Fuddruckers. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good. Thank you so much for staying late and for all that the whole entire team has done on this project. Accolades to the design team and everyone. I approve the overall concept of this design and Susan Loftus. Sorry. I just hope that at the next iteration of this effort that there can be a little bit more attention put into the same concept that you did for the Furman Street house, and just see if you can't possibly incorporate some of the other historic structures in very, very creative ways, and maybe increase the density in the areas in the center of the block to make up your necessary density that you're trying to do for your project. I also have a question about the parking deck, whether it has structure above it. I couldn't tell from the elevation, but that's a question. Can there be additional height added in that center part of the block so that it can allow the frontages to be lower? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello?
Hi, please state your name.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, Brendan Rudge, 265 Charlotte Street. I just want to call and voice my opposition to this project. All the callers who did call and voice support, they made some very good points. And I believe that most, if not all of us who are against the project, we want those same things. We want more housing. We want more business. We want to include everybody into our neighborhood. However, we want to do that in a way that maintains the unique character of Charlotte Street. You know, Charlotte Street's different than South Slope, than West Asheville. And each one of those neighborhoods has unique characteristics that attract people. And we want to preserve the unique characteristics of Charlotte Street, and simultaneously being able to develop and grow. And we believe it can be done. It's a little bit more work, but it can be done, especially given that the preservation of neighborhoods, of historic areas is a, you know, big financial driver, and benefits both the community at large and can benefit the individual private owners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yes, please state your name.
Hi, I'm Leif Olson. I live in the Charlotte Street neighborhood, and just a couple comments. I guess I am curious to hear specifically which trees are coming down, because a lot of those ones, you mentioned how someone was talking about how the street front was kind of dead now, but it does have some very large old specimens, biological specimens, those trees there. And so I know those ones would probably have to come down, but I know there's some bigger trees that are further back on the property, and I was wondering if there'd be opportunity to keep some of those up, because even if there are going to be a bunch of trees planted in the building process, you know, those trees are already there. You know, I don't know how old they are, but it'd be, you know, several decades to maybe a century before trees would get like that again. So there is something, part of the, I don't know, the charm and appeal of the neighborhood is that it is very forested. So figuring out a way to kind of maintain that in the future use of the plan might be nice for maintaining the aesthetics as well as air quality, reducing urban heat island effect, water infiltration, things like that. And then I guess I just wanted to point out that one of those, well, actually, first of all, I want to thank you all for putting in all the time and work on, analyzing this. I know it's a big undertaking. Someone was mentioning how she had a lot of students that worked for her who lived in those houses, talked about how the interiors were kind of crappy. And I've known people who lived in some of those houses over the years, and it's not like they weren't in great condition. I had one friend who was a tenant for a while, and the mold or the rug was very moldy, and she requested for RCG to do something about it, and they never really got back to her and did anything about it, so she ended up having to remove the rug herself. So I just am wondering, I've heard questionable things about the track record of the tenant responsibilities of RCG. So I am curious of how with these kind of new luxury developments, how they would keep up to those standards. Thanks everyone. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Erin Marcino. I live at 265 Charlotte Street. A lot was said early on about the individual merit of the buildings that are proposed to be torn down, but they didn't have merit, and that's why it wasn't a big issue. But I think we need to think more broadly about the urban landscape as a whole and how those buildings contribute to the entirety of the urban landscape, which is what's recognized in the National Historic District. Let's also mention that there's only 13 out of 264 contributing buildings in the neighborhood. Some quick math, that's 5% of the contributing buildings in the Charlotte Street Historic District, which isn't entirely insignificant in my opinion. I want to say that I agree with the comments or the recommendation that the project be denied for zoning as designed, as currently designed. I think some comments on the design. I think the open corner at the corner of Charlotte Street is meant to be a gesture to, I guess, hearken the people from downtown entering the development. But I think the interior of that development will actually become quite a dead zone and potentially take activity off of Charlotte Street, where I think the main focus should be on the streetscape itself. I don't think the scale is compatible with the neighborhood in terms of detail and scale. Charlotte Street is very unique and has a lot of different unique buildings. And I think that the proposed buildings could do more to develop its own character that's more compatible. I also think that there's a disconnect between the vision of the project and the architecture that's currently being proposed. There's a lot of good intent in certain buzzwords that are being used quite a lot, such as placemaking, connection, nodes, activations, vibrancy, openness, but I don't think that's what's being achieved. I think the design feels more oppressive and foreboding and will generally become an obstacle for people walking up and down the street. One of those large developments that you kind of want to stop at and turn around rather than continue past because there's a lack of natural rhythm as you pass. It feels like one large hulking mass. So those are my comments. And again, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Freeman. I live on Arlington Street, very close to the proposed development, and would just like to say that in its current form, I'm opposed to it for several reasons. I am, the mother of a young child. We're a young family who lives in the neighborhood and is concerned with historic preservation. We certainly understand the need for many things that others have pointed out, affordable housing being a huge one, revitalization of the neighborhood. But we have a lot of concerns about the project and its current development. As another person pointed out, RCG has owned these properties for a long time and has said, oh, they're crumbling. But one has to question why, if they've owned them for 30 years, they weren't kept up. We moved here from Charleston, where these sorts of houses were affordable student housing. I lived in them throughout college, and it's certainly, I think, something that can be looked into, sensitively sort of developing the area. If you drive around the neighborhood right now, you can see that the people who live closest to the development are pretty opposed to it. And I think that everybody realizes that development is going to happen and it needs to happen, but there's a long way to go to do that sensitively and, sort of keeping in line with the look and feel of the neighborhood, the old trees and the houses. A lot of what we drove by on Charlotte Street is why we bought a house here. And the development, as I've seen it, I could walk past that building in any city, USA. There's really nothing that stands out about it as, oh yeah, I'm in Asheville and that's Charlotte Street. And I think people move here and visit here because they want to see that historic character. And there's certainly ways that we can incorporate that, I think, a little more sensitively and to the benefit of everybody we've talked about. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was our last caller.
We will close for public comment at 10:03. I have received a number of emails this evening prior to getting technical difficulties worked out. And it needs to be pointed out that everybody on this commission is a volunteer. And not only do we stay this late for meetings frequently every month, but sometimes twice a month. And if you want to chair this commission, I suggest you volunteer, because I don't like getting the kind of emails that I did from Mr. Richard Corber, for example. The technical difficulties were nobody's fault, and we all had to deal with it. I opened the meeting by stating that we are all having to deal with these meetings remotely for a very good reason. And I don't need to hear criticism from somebody who isn't on this commission and hasn't volunteered to be on it. These meetings often go long and late. And I appreciate everybody's involvement and everybody who took the time to make input on this project. I appreciate the city staff. I appreciate the design team, whether or not I agree with the projects. There are a lot of folks that made comments on this project that are against it. And there are a lot of folks that are for it, and they're neighbors. And I hope you can find a way to get along, just as we have in my neighborhood after the Larchmont apartments were built, because it was about a 50-50 split on that project. But in hindsight, much like the road diet on Charlotte Street, the Larchmont apartments has become an amenity, or a good neighbor, I should say. It hasn't caused the traffic problems and the parking problems that were forecast by the opposition. So, folks, we're now at 10:05, and we will begin to answer some of the questions that were asked by the callers. I think Mr. Archibald has record of those questions.
Yes, and I'll just make one other comment, Mr. Hauser. Not only do we sit in at the meetings, but I'm sure most of my other commission members spend
I'm sorry,
much
Joe.
time
Can I-
going through all of this information
Joe-
beforehand.
Joe, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just got an email. We have 2 more callers who've just entered the queue, and these are people I think who have been waiting, who were waiting earlier when we were having technical trouble. So
That's fine.
okay, so I think you'll have to reopen public comment and try
We
to
will-
get this to him.
We will reopen public comment at 10:06.
Yeah, it looks like they were put back in their place. One had been waiting 4 hours and one had been waiting 5.
That's fine.
One dropped off, so I'm going to go ahead and grab this one real fast.
Okay.
Hi, good evening. This is Hayes Finley. Thank you so much for reopening the public comment. This has been challenging for everyone. I appreciate it. My name is Hayes Finley. I'm an attorney with Fox Rothschild here representing the Preservation Society of Asheville and Buncombe County. And we 100% agree with the presentation from Shannon Tuck that an approach that combines preservation and development hasn't been explored. The question before you is not a binary one. It's not preservation at the expense of development. And that's really not a fair characterization. And it's unfortunate that the Preservation Society's position has been mischaracterized as anti-development. That's not at all what we've been saying. The Preservation Society is asking, and we have 4,000 signatures on our petition, for a creative and unique approach to development that will incorporate these historic homes into a new project that's true to Asheville's authentic character and consistent with the Living Asheville Comprehensive